Pretty sure it was a sniper, but like Nick got hit right above the temple right here. Didn't come out the backside. You compartmentalize that too, and that took years later for that to really like be totally all released. Everybody else has passed over, right? And they timed it wrong because he slowed down to light a cigarette, and the ID goes off in front of us. The Holy Spirit was still speaking, even though I wasn't necessarily fully surrendered. Hey, this is my story. This is my life. Learn from my mistakes. God loves you right where you're at. And that's so real, man.
Jason Hazleton, thanks for coming out.
Hey, brother. Glad to be here. Yeah.
So we have had, we'll call it an extensive warm-up
Yes.
for this.
Yeah.
This is not the first time we've sat down and gone through your story. So,
yeah.
And I know I said it before offline, but for the record, for posterity, I'm truly grateful for you taking the time to come back out, sit down and record this thing so we can get your story out there.
Awesome. Yeah.
Having gone through your story before, so this whole thing is, again, something else that we've talked about offline, but this whole thing, we really do our best to just let God be in charge, because it's his. It's all to him, for him, unto him. That being said, I personally do have a couple sort of pet issues that I like to highlight, and I call them pet issues because I do my best not to be kind of so arrogant as to assume that every little thing that floats through my brain or everything I feel some kind of way about is the Holy Spirit, right?
Right.
There's definitely a lot of that in kind of the Christian culture, kind of hiding behind that, and I try not to do that. So all that's to say that these are things that weigh heavy on my heart for whatever reason, not necessarily because they're divinely influenced, but one of those things is kind of what I just touched on, is the Christian culture in general. Not faith, none of that. That's but just the culture, the things that don't matter, the superficial things. There's, in my opinion, there's just kind of a lot of rot there. There's a lot of judgment and gatekeeping. There's a lot of like I said, arrogance and self-righteousness. A lot of fakeness and insincerity, just general rot. Yeah. And you represent none of those things. And again, having gone through your story before, I know that about you.
Right.
You just don't play that game, man. You're just, you're a real dude who's lived a real life, and you are a real godly man, and you're chasing after Christ. Yeah. And it's refreshing, man. It's refreshing. You don't hold yourself in front of and above other people because you've been doing it longer, or you've read more books, or you've got more scripture memorized, or any of that. It's what right looks like to me. Yeah. So, and another of my sort of pet issues, which just happens to fit with your story, is the issue of idolatry, specifically idolizing accomplishments in careers and things like that. And it's everywhere. It's athletes, high-power professionals. Yeah. Definitely the military is pervasive. And then when you start talking about special operations, it's like pervasive isn't even the word. It's essentially the standard. Yeah. And there again, you buck the system because you're someone who has led a very impressive career. If you wanted to make an idol of the things that you've done, the world would accept that. Yeah. But you don't do that. And that's just, again, it's just what right looks like to me, man.
Thank you.
So I think I've said enough. I'm going to do my best not to say anything nice for the rest of the interview. But that's kind of what I've taken away from kind of getting to know you even better. Yeah. So
I think the reason why I'm like that or able to even be like that is because of Christ, right? He was the ultimate example of that. I'm reminded of that by someone that had said this to me once when they were speaking into my life. Of Jesus was the smartest man alive on earth, right? He was the Word. He is the Word, right? He knew, he had it all. But when he was dealing with the Pharisees, who, the same way that we like idolize knowledge, truth, look at all these things that I've accomplished, they did that same thing. It wasn't that they didn't know the truth. It's how their relationship with the truth and what they knew made them, or in their own eyes, made them better than someone else, right? So I think stepping back and like, hey, God, I need to be like Christ. I mean, Christ-like, not like the Pharisees. Even though he says, hey, you need to be as righteous or even more righteous than the Pharisees, right? You need to practice the right way, but the focus is always God. And I think that's through a lot of breaking me down. It wasn't always that way. Like, and we'll get into that throughout the story, right? Of my life, of where I had to learn to not idolize those things and lay those down and let Christ be in control and submit to him, which is a daily thing, right? I think that's why I'm like I'm at that now, right? Because of the fact that I've learned to submit to him and that those other things don't matter in the long way. But thank you for that very humbling introduction. So,
all right. So let me just go ahead and give you an introduction.
Mm-hmm.
Let folks know who we're talking to, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah.
All right, Jason Hazleton. You are a retired U.S. Army Green Beret with 22 years of service. During your time in the Army, you served as a LURS team leader, a Special Forces medical sergeant, a team sergeant, and a military freefall instructor, among other roles. After leaving the military, you continued your service as a contractor for JSOC, and you just recently left that career to accept a new role in ministry as the associate director of groups at Grace Church in Southern Pines, North Carolina. You are a husband of 20 years, father of 2, and most importantly, of course, you are a disciple of Christ.
That sums it up. Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and wind it all the way back, man. Let's go all the way back to little baby Jason and where'd you grow up?
Yeah. So I grew up in upstate New York. We definitely were on the poorer side. We'll say it that way. At least to start out with, my parents worked very hard. But I was the oldest of 6. So we didn't have a lot to go around. We definitely, I remember some farmhouses that were shared with some walls that we put up, and then lived in a trailer for a while, where we shared, 4 people in a room and all this, which is fine though. So like God used all of those things like to get where I'm at today. But yeah, grew up in upstate New York.
What kind of stuff were you into? Were you an outdoorsy kid or?
Yeah, actually was. Because most of the time until about 16, we lived in more rural areas. So I did a lot of outdoor fishing, hunting, lived a lot in the woods, got really good at land navigation, orienteering, that kind of stuff. Only just out of, because of necessity of exploring, and I got to make sure I can get back to my own house. And my dad was involved with some of that too. Like we were in hunt. He loved to hunt, or still does. Once in a while we get a chance to still do that. But together, and we now, so we did a lot of that stuff. I got in a little bit of track when I was older, sports, things like that, but most of the time it was outdoorsy type things. Yeah.
You hunt with your dad. Is your folks still live in New York or?
No, actually they moved down not too long ago down here to North Carolina, 3 years ago officially, but they had started about 5 or 6 years ago coming down during the winter. They realized it was getting too cold up there.
It's a little gnarly up there.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially during the winter. In fact, I remember winters on end where it would be, a month long worth of, below 0 or close to that, growing up. So especially like that December, January timeframe, like not fun. Yeah, fun. Yeah.
Were you walking to school uphill both ways?
Yeah. No, actually it wasn't too bad that way. But there were some times where it was pretty chilly. Especially shoveling driveways when it's cold out, But those were some of those best days too, because especially snow days. Like what a better way in the early 90s, late 80s for to be shoveling driveways and making $100 when you're a little young kid. That's actually a whole lot of candy.
Yeah,
and fun things to do. And plus, it kept me busy for the day, right?
Get you some activity.
Yeah, especially during the snow, which is, you come home and be tired, but it was a good thing. So, yeah. I remember one year, it was probably like the most snow we got in one snowfall. And it shut down the town for about a week. We got 5 feet of snow overnight.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was a whole lot of shoveling. Nobody went anywhere. There was roads took days to clear, so it took a while.
I wouldn't even know where to start with that.
Yeah.
Obviously you start at the door because you got to go out, but where are you putting it? Are you clearing out 5 feet and now you got 10 feet to clear?
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. But it wasn't bad. Like I said, it was enjoyable at the time, right? But I definitely don't want to go. I enjoy going back there to visit. I love winter sports, all that stuff. But I love being able to go away. That's one of the things that's awesome about being here, right where we live in North Carolina. Not that far away from the beach. I can go to the mountains in all the cold weather that I want to, but then I can come back to here, where for the most part, exception today, it was 35, 37, I think, when I got up. It's usually not too cold. So, yeah.
Just kind of touching on faith real quick,
Uh-huh.
and I know we'll dig into it a lot more later on, but just as a kid in your childhood,
Mm-hmm.
What was your household? Was it a faithful household? Were you guys in church and things like that? Or?
Yeah. My parents, when I first, very early on, they came to know Christ. They were Catholic background to start with, and then met Christ. I think I was probably like 1 or 2. And then from then on they were full on, and they're still chasing after Christ even now, which is great.
Okay.
But they grew as they were young parents and also young in the faith and all that stuff. So as they're growing, so also were we. So in some aspects, it's been unique, it was kind of cool to grow. Like, obviously my parents poured in tons in my life, and I couldn't say enough about my parents. They're so awesome. But at the same time, like I said, as I was growing up, I didn't have as much, even though all of that stuff was there, and we'll get into more about discipleship. It's like like someone to be a Paul to me, wasn't there. Like, my dad was still a dad, like a father is to his children, the way he should be, was a Christ following leader and led the home the way that he knew best. And as he's still growing in that, but he still was going the right direction, right? None of us are perfect, so I know we all learn along the way. I'm still doing that even now, as I have 2 teenage, one's technically an adult now, right? So an 18-year-old and a almost 17-year-old daughters. So still growing in that as well. So I don't fault my parents at all, but they did a great job. Definitely followed Christ. I grew up in the church. And then God used that as a base to kind of keep bringing me back as I would wander off, and then bring me back to where I'm at now. So, yeah.
Just like it's a tether, right?
Yes. Yeah.
In a good way.
Yep. 100%. Yeah.
Not a leash. It's a foundation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, you referred to something that we talk about a lot, but just to kind of explain it for anybody who's not familiar with the concept, you said you didn't have any Pauls in your life.
Yeah.
So the concept of needing people in your life at different levels of faith. You want to dig into that? Or?
Yeah. So I would think about it, like I said, the same way in the Bible. Like I said, Paul was a leader, right? But he took on disciples or people that he poured into, like he called them their sons, 2 of which were, one was Timothy, which we refer to a lot, and the other was Titus as well. But also other people, like I said, he would pour into them, right? So he basically took them under his wing, fathered them, taught them, guided them, gave them room to stumble too, but also would encourage them and lead them. But along with that, Paul also had, partners, right, that would do life with him, such as Barnabas, Silas, that they were missionary partners together, but they did life together. And then also, like I said, going back to the fact, like I said, we have to have a Timothy or someone that we're pouring into, so that all 3, or if you think about it like a community block, right, of how someone that can pour into me, right? And as we get, I would argue that the more that you grow in your faith and the more that you have that God is beginning to pour into you, you still need to have Pauls in your life, right? But everyone's like, oh, who's my next Paul? Like, Pauls don't have to necessarily always be there. As Timothy got stronger in his faith, right? He was sent out. Paul still was back in Rome and other places. Like, hey, I'm going to send Timothy to Ephesus to go pour into them. And he still reached back, but he had Pauls are those that we can reach out to, like, hey, I need some guidance on this, or hey, what are you thinking here? This is what I'm thinking. Like that sanity check, along with Christ pours into that too. But those that are just a little further along, right, that I can rely on. And then, like I said, having people to do life with is super important, that I can rely on daily. It's like, hey, man, help me pray through this. Help me, I need someone to do life with, to celebrate the wins, to cry through the losses, all those things. And then also, like I said, someone to pour into, which really, when you disciple somebody, I'm going to steal this from Jerry Daly, who's an author and great disciple maker, probably. But he says this in his book, Doing Life With, that someone that I'm discipling, like I'm only the second grader pouring into the first grader, right? Just teaching what I know, right? It's not like, hey, I have to be this theologian in order to be a Paul to somebody, or to do life with them. So that hopefully kind of clears that up.
It does. Yeah. That's good. That's a good way to sort of articulate it, what you said there at the end, because it's not like where you are is where you are, but there's somebody that you can help. You don't have to be that guy that's like, well, actually, the Greek word has two meanings, and in this context, that stuff's great. It's nice to dig into and get clarity, but you don't have to be that in order to have something to offer someone.
Yeah.
We're all in this thing together, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Following after Christ, right? Like I said,
All right. So, you're an outdoorsy kid. You mentioned you did a little bit of track. If I remember correctly, you played some basketball too, things like that.
Oh yeah. So growing up, we had it was a school team, but it's because I was in Christian school for most of my all of my elementary school, middle school, and the first couple of years of high school, and so that basketball team started out as a high school team, and then as a school team, but then rolled over even afterwards. Was the church sponsored it, so we kept the team going. We were in a external league after that, and got a chance to actually, believe it or not, even though I'm only 5'10", I played center quite a bit and got good at pushing my way around in there and getting those rebounds, being aggressive. Took a little bit of time, but a lot of work too. I remember being sitting on the bench and only getting a couple of minutes of play when I first started, to being a starter when I finally was leaving. But that was a lot of discipline, a lot of hard work, and a lot of patience, I think, as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you wrestle too? I can't.
No.
You didn't wrestle? Okay.
Yeah. Probably should have, but that would have been another discipline making. Yeah, because I have nephews that's all they're into is wrestling, and they're really good at it. So, but it takes a lot. Yeah.
It does. It's a good character builder, though. I didn't wrestle, but if I had it to do over again, I would probably change. I would probably get into that.
You can kind of become strategic with it too, because I know a lot of that stuff rolls over into like mixed martial arts and things like that, which I did get into later on in the military, and with that, like even learning to, like, hey, as I'm setting up for what I want to do, to submit somebody, or to the same thing in wrestling as well, or similar, I should say.
Yeah. I always loved and hated rolling with people who were wrestlers.
Right.
So it's like, oh, great. This guy's like half my size and he's about to crush me. So that's always good because you learn from it, but also, man, it sucks. Just a little dude balling me up like a pretzel.
It's a humbling thing, right?
It is.
Yeah,
it
definitely.
Is. So we can kind of, I guess, fast forward a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
unless there's anything kind of in your childhood that you want to kind of dig into. But otherwise, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe just in all of that. I touched on it, but as I was growing through the whole in my Christian walk, right, there was youth groups and all that stuff there, but I think looking back on it now, I know I was looking for a Paul of some sorts. Didn't know that at the time, but it was almost like, hey, I felt like I was like, oh, there's some of that popularity thing that gets involved with that. Like, oh, well, this person, I felt like my youth group leader would be like, oh, these people, because they were the more popular people and all this other stuff, right? Whether that was legit or not, definitely there was not the pouring into, like I didn't find somebody to pour into me until later on. That I think, looking back on it now and how I pour into my kids and how I pour into other young men and women, more so men, is that same thing of like, hey, they need those people, right? I think we do a really great job at church, of developing that, like our young adults ministry and our the student ministry is actually really good in going in that right direction of developing and creating disciples at an early age and teaching that, right? Because I look back, I know God used all of these things, but I'm curious as to, like, always in that imagination of like, what would have been like had I had a Paul that poured into me. And I think it would have changed the trajectory of, like, from a human standpoint, like, oh man, I could have done all these things better. Now looking back at that and say, hey, God's plan is better, right? I'm glad that he didn't, but I also, because I learned from that now to say, hey, that has to happen. And I'm glad that I was the only one that learned from that versus, we have now, we have the opportunity to pour into a next generation, to teach them now so that they can affect generations to come. Not that my parents didn't do some of that, but outside of that, like parents are to parent, right? Sometimes it's not the same thing as discipleship, right?
Yeah.
So if that makes sense.
It does, absolutely. And that's a good point too. Because kind of, touching on what I mentioned, one of my sort of pet issues, it's just sort of the Christian culture.
Yeah.
It's a big deterrent for a lot of people.
Yeah.
They later in life, they've lived some life, they've been through some hard stuff. Mm-hmm. They just, I don't mean this to sound dismissive of someone who is grown up sort of in that bubble, but a lot of folks who just kind of see the world a bit more, I would say a bit more clearly. Mm-hmm. They understand, they've been exposed to more of the evils and the, mm-hmm. And so when they feel that call to get into church or check it out or whatever, and then they run into that culture, it's a deterrent for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Because it's brand new and it's just like, what is going on right now? Yeah. And that's a shame. And to your point, kind of just exposing people to that early on, just letting them know, hey, like it's your choice, it's on you, but it's okay to mm-hmm. talk about these things, to think about these things, to pursue these things. Like, you're not a weirdo for it, Mm-hmm. It kind of, I think it probably, well, I know it serves a lot of good in taking out some of those barriers to entry. Yeah. People still fall away, but then when it's time to come back, it's a little bit more familiar, so it's important. It's very good. So and I think that's kind of what you're getting at too. Your parents being a faithful household, whether, even though you didn't have any Pauls or anything in your life, it was still like, something that you weren't afraid or ashamed of, That's it. That's the seed, right? Mm-hmm. Plant the seed, and then God will do his work. Right?
Yeah. And as a father, right, that's part of what my job is anyway. So like or as a husband first, right? My first place to disciple, and we'll talk more about that later on, but it's my wife, right? And then my kids, but I think other influences as we get older too, and in all of that, and I definitely have a gap of definitely not having any Pauls, partly because that was my own fault. And then we'll get into that a little more as we go along. But I think those things, right, are important like as called as men, like first to have a relationship with God so that I can pour into my wife, pour into my kids, and give to them what God has given me, right? Whether it's revelation, understanding, and just really a desire to have a relationship with Him. So,
yeah. You're showing them the way to peace.
Yeah.
Which it takes a long time to come around to. Like I said, a lot of times you got to be broken to understand that really what you're looking for, that hole that you're trying to fill that nothing's filling, you're just looking for peace.
Yeah.
And there's one way to find that. Like it or not, believe in it or not, there's exactly one way to find that peace. That's how we're built, you know.
And I think we don't truly get, like you hit on it already, but we don't truly get to that spot until we're at like, hey, I'm fully in a place where I need God. Like when I'm relying on myself, it's too easy to like, I don't need Him, right? So I think we have to get to that spot. Some of us, it's different. Like that breaking point is way down in the hole, and some of us learn earlier along, and then somewhere in between. And I think that daily you're still learning to set or surrender, like you're talking about, so that like, hey, it's not me, it's Him. Like I don't provide my own peace. I love that. That's really cool that you're bringing it up. So yeah,
you know, I try.
That's good. It's good.
So what? Obviously, you ended up enlisting in the military, but prior to that, like, is that what you always wanted to do, or what did you want to do?
Yeah. So growing up, like I said, I was in Christian school which was actually really challenging as far as like I learned a lot more, and it was great because when I switched over to high school, like, man, I didn't have to study, like all those things. I almost was a grade ahead from all of the other things in the school that I was at in the Christian school until when I switched over. So it was great. Like I said, studying all that stuff was easy, but I wanted to be, believe it or not, I wanted to be like, my goal was to be a lawyer. So then I always had this very, I would say now, like an arrogant idea of the fact that I would be president of the United States, you know, but I had to be a lawyer in order to do that. Why, I don't know, but that's where my head was at least at first, right? And then it just was like, hey, I want to go into law. I don't know really what the drive from that was, except for maybe just of thinking back on it, probably is to want to see justice done, right? Because there was times like growing up that I alluded to some of that, like, oh man, I didn't get picked over them, right? And even as I grew in my abilities and worked hard at things and began to excel in what God had given me as talents in areas of both academics and leadership, sports was some of those. Like it took a little bit, but like I said, once that developed and was going well, singing, like musical talents came super easy to me, which was a gift from God. But all those began to fester into that whole pride thing, which affected me later on down the road quite a bit, which was great because God's used that to say, hey, I'm going to crush you for a while. But going back to like how I got to the military was like all these things like it led into like I wanted to do law. So I started pre-law in a local college there, a state college. But I didn't want to do the work per se. Like it was like, how like I was, because I was the oldest, I wanted to be out on my own soon because I was always helping mom and dad out with 6 or 5 other kids and all this other stuff, right? So I had that whole desire, like I want to be on my own. So I left the house early, like basically right when I started college. I'm like, I'm moving out, it wasn't a bad relationship with my parents at all. Like we still saw each other, all this other stuff, but it drove like I wanted to be on my own. And in doing so, there was also the stepping out of some authority that was there. So now I have my own authority to fall under and my own discipline, which was like, there was work ethic that was all there. But when you have the freedom to not do homework, I'm like, oh, I can just get by. And I learned later on, like, hey, those consequences matter, right? And they still do. But at the time I was like, yeah, well, maybe I'll skip class, that kind of stuff, which bit me in the butt later on, which helped drive some of the idea to go to the military, which is one of the things I wanted to do. as a young kid and playing military and all that stuff. So I figured I would go do that after. Like, so I didn't do very well in college, not because I couldn't have, but because I was lazy and really looking back on it. And I wanted to procrastinate and like, nah, I don't want to do those things. But it wasn't me. It was me just not being disciplined enough to go do that and push through. So the military helped change that, the discipline side of that with me, as I decided to go into there a couple of years after I had graduated high school. So
were you close to your siblings?
Yeah. Grew up, we were close. So it was always that love-hate relationship, and still is. Like, even I just saw most of them over Christmas, which was kind of cool. Actually after Christmas, because my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, we all got together, went down to Myrtle's Inlet, and rented a beach on a house on the beach, and so it was a huge house, but it was all the kids, so all the brothers and sisters minus my brother that had passed, and we'll talk about that later. And one of my youngest brother wasn't able to make it because of work, but we were all together, all the grandkids were together and all that stuff. So still razzing each other and all that same fun stuff. But yeah, we actually were pretty close together. Yeah, played basketball together, did a lot of sports stuff together. Definitely when we were younger and out running around in the woods, we definitely had a lot of play partners together that whole time to do stuff with. So,
you guys generally close in age, or?
Yeah. So my youngest sister's 8 years younger than me, so it's everything in between, right?
Oh, okay. That's not bad
so
at all.
close. Yeah, not too bad. So, yeah.
Anybody else follow a similar career path as you, or?
So my brother, or really two of my brothers, or twins, they went into the reserves right after, like, in that whole go away, like your end of their junior year, they go to basic, come back, and then finish out, right? So, but they went to the reserves, and one of those brothers, we'll talk about, like you said, he's passed, and the other is still continuing on. He'll be getting out of the military here shortly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's been doing a great job. Had his own experiences there. Did some deployments and things. Was activated for a while throughout the war on terrorism and such. But yeah, he's done a pretty good job. So
what's he do? I'm just curious.
So he's they were just combat engineers.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
So
Fort Leonard Wood.
yeah.
So you kind of touched on it, but I guess we'll just go ahead and get into it. You wanted to be a lawyer. Kind of maybe you were following your head, not your heart, a little bit there. Kind of got into it and realized, like the idea is cooler than it's
some
just
of the
not,
work. Yeah,
it's just not quite clicking for you like you thought it would.
Yeah,
brother, I have been there so many times. A lot of things sound good on paper.
Yeah,
and then you see just zoom in a little bit on it, and you're like, well, I didn't realize this was all kind of a thing. But so shortly after kind of graduating high school, you decided I'm going to go ahead and enlist.
Yeah, about 2 years after. Yeah, so in 97, August of 97, I went in the military. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So peacetime Army, and obviously you ended up joining the Army. What drove you down to the Army? I'm assuming you had sort of made the rounds, like talked to, or did you know?
No, actually, it was none of those things. It was just one of those things that I wanted to do, and it really, none of the others really appealed to me. Air Force, Navy, Marines. It was just the Army. Like we used to play Army like growing up and all that stuff, even with my friends and all that. So I kind of was just always kind of wanted to do that thing. So that's the recruiter that I went to go talk to. I didn't even really entertain the other ones. Looking back on it, and actually having get a chance to work with the Air Force a lot afterwards. I'm glad and I'm not glad at the same time. Like I said, once again, the Army, all of them are very unique. They all have their pluses and minuses. But I think I learned the most out of the Army, and I took so much stuff out of there that I still applied to, like helping one of the others, like when I worked with the Air Force, and then some other stuff there along the way afterwards as a contractor, and then even get a chance to do some as a GS employee, that there's so much stuff that I pulled out of there. So I was glad that I got a chance to go to the military. I wouldn't have, or into the Army, and I wouldn't have learned it or brought it any other way. I learned a lot of things that applied, even now, going into ministry and things, that just looking at it from a different perspective. So it works out well. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't pick the Army like because I went to all the other ones. It was the one that I always wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you decided to enlist in the Army, and right away you chose infantry. You wanted to do the hard thing.
Yep.
And that's just, did you consider any other jobs, or were you like, nope, I want to be a ground guy. This is what I want to do.
Yeah, no, that was it. I wanted to do the hard thing. Wanted to partly to prove myself, but also too, like, that's what always appealed to me, right? Like, the other stuff was there, but it's not what I wanted to do, right? So yeah, I was at first, actually, I wanted to do a Ranger contract, but they didn't have that at the time. So I go, okay, we'll just do infantry and go from there.
They at least told you they didn't have it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was like, hey, they needed more people to go into the infantry. Yeah. So, and they learning later, like, they all have their quotas, right? But they're not always completely honest with you. But yeah.
So you went to OSIT down at Fort Benning.
Yeah.
How was that?
That was pretty fun. Yeah, very, very unique. In the aspect of, like, it was smack dab in the middle of the summer in Georgia. It was a lot of fun. And so that was kind of quick. Actually, that was the first time that I was on a plane.
Oh, wow.
I was flying down there on my own. Yeah. Ever since then, I've been, I don't know how many times been on a plane since, but yeah,
I'm sure you're tired of it at this point.
Yeah. It's funny, though. We were joking about this the other day and thinking about it. Like, being a free fall instructor, like, I think I took off more times out of a plane than, definitely by far, and then landing. I have probably just about as many times jumping out of a plane as I do landing with a plane.
Wow.
So yeah. But going back to OSAT, that was pretty cool. Like I said, it was 13 weeks long. It was probably the longest time that I'd been away from home, but I was okay with that, right? Like, it didn't bother me. I got to meet new people, do things together. Well, you know how it goes in a platoon, go through those good, bad, and indifferent times, right? Mm-hmm. And everything in between. So a few good friends, like, along the way, kind of stemmed out of there. Not that we really stay in touch anymore, but we did for a little while afterwards. But I also probably gotten one of the bigger fights, like, things that I've been in. I think we all do have somebody that was like your nemesis of, like, man, just be quiet.
Yeah.
You're always causing problems, all this thing. And he was running a suck one day, tried to start something in the chow line. I'm like, okay, we'll just finish this later. And probably not my proudest moment, right? But I remember the next morning, the drill sergeant asking, like, hey, what happened? He's like, oh, I fell. It's a couple of welts on his eye, but yeah, it was not, for the most part, it was a good learning experience for me, just to grow. But I also noticed that was a beginning of, like, because we still got a chance to do church and all that stuff on Sundays, and I would go, but I began to, even though I was on my own, right, there was the beginnings of me beginning to see, look what I can do. I don't need, or what my thoughts were is I didn't need God, right? It wasn't completely like that. Like, I wanted to go do that. Like, one, it gave me rest and still was peace and all those things to go spend time at church. Was really, but I was so focused on the other things. And at that point, I still hadn't really learned to invite God and the Holy Spirit into everything that I do. I'm once again curious. I love the fact that, like, I learned so much from my experiences to come up to where I'm at now, and I wouldn't trade that for the world. I want to do everything exactly the same way because God used all that. He already designed it to be that way, so I can be where I'm at now. But I'm curious as to, like, where I would be at had I submitted me earlier and said, okay, like, God, you help me with this, right? With everything, even the things that I think I can do, right? Or which is, I would emphasize, I think that I can do,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Because the fact, like, yes, we may be able to physically do those for a time, use the talents and gifts that He's given us, but it won't be to the fullest effect unless we invite him into that. So I began to rely more on me and less on him, and really rely on the talents and gifts and things that he had given me. Leadership was really easy, like I said, for me, both in high school, here, and then on through the rest of my military career. But the more that I relied on what I thought was my ability, the more arrogant I became, more proud I became, the less, and I didn't even notice it. Like it was small at first, but I think it grew, and definitely grew to a point later on in my military career where it bit me in the butt. And God is like, all right, cool, it's time to start crushing you on that. But yeah, so OSA was pretty cool. I got a chance I didn't go home until after that was all done. So I actually went for Thanksgiving. We kind of hung out together. It was like a local pass. Some guys had their parents come into town. We rented this place. And it was actually the first place that I had a real drink too, where I allowed alcohol to kind of, like, me being drunk was kind of a weird thing. I didn't even notice that I was drunk, but yeah. And I also could see that I was combative a lot too. Like really, like, same thing of all the things of like, leave me alone. I can do this on my own. That attitude definitely came out. Like, that's something that alcohol especially can do to you, right? When you let it have control, like, so opens up doors that we shouldn't ever have in the begin with. But yeah, because we're not in control, right? We open ourselves up to so many other spiritual influences and things that are in our hearts that can begin to come out, like in like our flesh, of like lustful desires, all of those things that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's an inversion. The reality is an inversion of what people think. Like people who, especially when there's like a dependency there, people think that the reality is they're responding to sort of at least a low level of kind of addiction, at least addiction to that dopamine, that feeling good. Mm-hmm. So to justify that, people kind of let themselves believe that, oh, when I drink, the best parts of me come out. Yeah. No, it's the opposite. It's the worst parts. You just don't see it.
Yeah, because we rely on the. Yes, it brings the walls down of like the quote unquote true me that comes out, right? Because like my inhibitions go away, but then they completely go away, right? Because like you said, like, so we now lean to the other side of that, versus if I wouldn't have the inhibitions of, because really I'm relying on, I'm hiding. Like, I don't know who I am in the first place until I have identity in Christ. Like, and I find my identity in who I was created to be. And then, but we rely so much on, well, look at what I can do. The things, like I was developing me, like even early on, as the further that I walked away from Christ, and said in my military, as I progressed in my military career, the more that I was like, look at who I am. Like, but really it wasn't me. It was a false sense of me and a pride that was getting in there. Like, hey, this whole built up thing. And then we rely on these other stuff too. Like, oh yeah, whether it be alcohol or my ability to do something, and we'll get into later on, like I said, we define ourselves based off of our accomplishments, right? Which is not what should be the case. But the military is horrible for it. And then you add that even more so into, like you said, the special operations side of that. But I would argue like the industry is the same way.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And it doesn't, so I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's good. Yeah.
It doesn't stop at the person doing it. Like, it's easy to see how, if you're that guy doing the thing, how you can kind of let that become your idol. But it spreads to I mean, people idolize people who are doing big things, they idolize the accomplishments. And then by default, the people who are doing those things, they put them on a pedestal they don't belong on, you know?
But, and I would argue that like all of those things are all idols, like you talked about earlier, right? They're all idols, whether it's the accomplishment or the person or everything in between, whether it's money. I mean, Colossians 3 talks about, as it lists off all these different things of sin, what sin is. One of those is greed, and then it goes in greed, which is the love of the things of this world, right? Which is all of those that we just described, like the accomplishment, like all of these things, the money, the prestige, the car, the things that we think bring all of this fulfillment, but it's not. It doesn't bring it peace. It may bring it for a short time. Like, I love going out on the beach, or going on the beach, or I love going and taking my boat out, or whatever, four-wheeling, you name it. But like I said, that's a temporary thing. That's no different than, like you said, we talked about earlier, of like a temporary fix, whether it's alcohol, drugs, tobacco, doesn't matter. It's not lasting peace. And by the way, all of that stuff's going away anyway, right? But, at the time, going back to, like I said, in the military where I was at, I was beginning to, because I didn't surround myself and find those people to do life with that were following Christ. I began to follow. You're going to surround yourself with people, right? We naturally, like humans are naturally want to have relationship. We're designed that way. So we have to find the right ones, especially as Christ followers. Well, when I don't, and I begin to surround myself, I begin to take on the personality traits, the things of the people I'm around, right? That I spend time with. It's no different. Like, that's why we have to have relationship with God, right? And an intimate relationship with him, because the more that I spend time with him, the more that I know him, the more I'm like him. No different than the more that I'm like, you and I, right? As I spend time with you, we take on some of the same traits, right? Or at least some of the same likes, mannerisms, all of those things. Well, when you're around people that are not following Christ, I'm going to begin to mimic what they do. So they're going to chase after the job, the money, the alcohol, the women, all of the things that the world says is success, is the filler. And that's what I began to do, because I didn't have, once again, the proper community, which I didn't set up, right? Moving on into when I went to my first duty station, I found a church to go to, right? But I also was like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, because I was hanging out all week long, like until Sunday morning or Saturday afternoon. Maybe I'd go hang out with somebody, and I did that for a long time, not just there, but even when I was stationed later on back home, when I was close to home, I would go home on Sundays, but I was going out drinking, and then go hang out and chasing women and all these things, and then turn around and go to church on Sundays, right? So going back to that same thing that you talked about earlier, you see the duplicity of the Christian. I hate to say, because not all Christians are like that, right? But so many are like, hey, I use God, I use Christ as like, hey, this is my get out of jail free card. Well, I go to church, so therefore I'm going to go to heaven, so I'd be okay. Like, he'll forgive all these things. Well, that's not the case.
There's kind of touching back on something that you mentioned, the money thing. There's a good lesson there that, and this is just my interpretation of it. But I feel like it gets missed a lot. So the sort of parable of, passing the camel through the eye of a needle. Mm-hmm. A lot of folks kind of read that or hear that and take it at face value. They're like, oh, well, we're not allowed to have money because Jesus said, and it's like, no, just zoom out just a little bit. Look at the context. He's talking about like this rich man, and he's basically calling him on the carpet. He's like, look, he's not saying he can't go to heaven. He's like, you are holding on to the things of this world. Yeah. And that's a thing that happens when you accumulate, the worldly things. Money is kind of the one that people seek after most because you need it for survival, right? Yeah. So it's just really easy to make that an idol. Yeah. And he's just saying, hey, like, he's not saying you can't have money. He's saying, if you make money your idol, if you make anything your idol, money is just the example in this parable. Then good luck, brother.
Yeah. I'm reminded of two things. One, Paul talks about that in Galatians, where he says, like, God blesses us so that we can bless others, right? Mm-hmm. I can't bless somebody if I can't give something that of which I don't have. And God wants to bless us, right? It's not a prosperity gospel. It's not like, hey, all these things, but as part of living, like as we live a godly life, like he's going to bless us in those areas. The other part of that is like you said, Jesus says, like, where your treasure is, therefore your heart will also be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that. So what is your treasure?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, is it
just to follow up on that? Yeah.
Is it literal treasure, or is it me?
Yeah. 100%. Like in that same thing can be. We talk about just money, but like that same thing could be fame, could be your wife. Like there's so many things. Like think about back to Abraham, where God tested him and said, hey, are you going to let the promise that I gave you, which is Isaac, like, hey, this is the one. I already said, nope, you tried to do it on your own. Didn't work out that way. No, I wanted you to do it this way. I blessed your marriage. The fact that you had Isaac 13 years ago, now you're going to go and I want you to go put him on the altar to sacrifice him to me, right? I think about it another way too. Like he did that. He's like, hey, God, I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to trust you in that. Like when we begin to get to that point of surrender, like we talked about before, of Christ, you are in charge, not me. These things are yours, whether my talents, gifts, all those things, even the things that I once desired, like you've given me, I need to hold it. So often we hold like this, we grab onto, right? When we need to hold, I can't serve and use them unless they're sitting on top and open and held. I still have to hold them.
Yeah. Can't serve with a closed fist.
Yeah, closed fist. Yeah.
That's an important point that you made. The title is something that people really let become their idol. And this is going to ruffle some feathers, but it's the truth. The church is not immune.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
Hey, I'm a pastor now.
Oh, I know.
Watch out. I've seen that a lot personally. Yeah. Like somebody's whole countenance changes from, being involved, a leader at the church to now I have this title.
Right.
And they're just a different person.
Yeah.
It's like, man, it's sad. It kind of breaks my heart a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't mean that from a place of judgment. I like to think it's a place of kind of discernment, clarity. Yeah. I've got the benefit of standing back and looking outside in. You know what I mean?
It's an observation. Like yeah.
I don't mean to be like calling out the speck in my neighbor's eye and ignoring the plank in mine.
Yeah.
I'm sure I know there's plenty of stuff about me that people can say from the outside, but I don't see those things.
Right. Yeah. But you're still being humble about it too. And I think I've got a chance to see both. Right. And I would argue that we even see, like, for all of the pastors, like these famous pastors that are fallen, right, or that are making mistakes that are huge, right, like, because they end up in the limelight of all these stuff. I'm not going to name off pastors, like, but you can go look them all up, right? You can say, hey, this one's not really following Christ, all of that stuff, or hey, this thing just happened, right? That's in the news. There's women, like, a lot of those often are infidelity, things like that,
embezzlement, things like that.
Or but even it starts there, right? It starts with a position of the heart, right? Like, hey, where are you surrendered at? Going back to that same thing of, like, I'm no different because of the fact of that God gave me these talents. Like, just the title, which is funny that you say that, right? Because most of those people were already pastoring prior to that, right?
Right.
Because the gift is there, right? And then they say, oh, now I have the title of pastor, the authority that goes with that, which is everyone's like, oh my gosh, you're a pastor. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. If the person really is looking at that and saying, well, one, I need to continue to surrender myself daily to God. Like, this is his, he can take it any time. He's the one that gave it to me, one. And two, the other or the heaviness of the responsibility that, like, I'm not just now, like, as a husband and a father, I'm supposed to pastor my home, right? But I'm not just now responsible for those people. Now I'm responsible for the souls, and not like, hey, I pastor somebody and they go the other way. Like, I'm responsible for how I teach, how I guide them, right? As a pastor or as a teacher or any of those things. Like, you're held to a higher standard, right? Especially as a teacher. It says so in the Bible. And that's a very weighty thing if you truly look at it that way, not just say I'm chasing after the title of that, which is really good that you're calling that out. I think it's important, and especially for me, I'm like, man, because I'm kind of moving that way, right? As far as not hey, I'm chasing the title part, but like God's already putting me in roles to help pastor people. But sometimes it's super weighty. And I'm like, man, I'm not, God, thank you for, using me, but like, I'm not qualified. I don't feel that I am, right? Which is another aspect of pride too. You have to be careful of like, hey, no, I can't do this, God. Like, no, I'm going to submit to you. You're calling me this. I see the identity that you have given me of what I'm supposed to be, but I also recognize that it's his identity for me, right? I'm just going to obey, follow that. And then at any given time, like Abraham had Isaac, he was like, here, I'm going to give him to you. I'm going to do the same thing. Like tomorrow he says, hey, yep, go do something else. And I need to be able to do that, right? And be willing to do that. That's kind of like was the opposite for me to step into this role. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on of like, I wasn't going to chase. I deliberately did not chase after. Like I knew my call was to do the things that I'm beginning to do now. But I deliberately I did not go to the church and say, hey man, where can I go get into, like start serving, doing these things as far as like be an employee. Like I'm supposed to do these things. Like I just plugged in. I'm reminded of how David was called to be king. He was anointed as king, but yet he still submitted to Saul, who was king, because God put him in place at the time. It's like, God, use me wherever you want to. I'm going to wait on you. You're the one that's going to put me in this place. I'm not going to go take it from Saul, even though I had the opportunity twice. So
yeah, David's got a lot of good lessons from his life, a lot, and even to the point of showing how, he was not a perfect man.
Oh no,
by any means. He did some pretty gnarly stuff.
Yeah.
Also, another really good point you made about pride is it goes both ways. It's real easy to see how pride is an issue when like you think you're better than you are.
Yeah.
But a lot of people miss that it's also pride to think you're not good enough and therefore not answer when you're being called.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, God's going to call you at some point or another. Whatever plan he has for you, he's going to call you. Yeah. And like, are you going to answer? you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't let your pride get in the way. Say, oh, I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
Or I'm too good for that. Whatever it is. It's a real good point that it goes both ways there, man.
Yeah.
To your point about, not letting the title get to you. It's kind of a basic leadership thing, really. So there's like, and I hope this makes sense, but like, and I'm telling you stuff that you know very well, but for anybody else. So there's kind of two basic types of leaders, right? There's like, there's, hey, a leader gets handed a task and he puts it out. Hey, give me 5 people, go do this thing. Here's your timeline. Let me know if you have any issues. And there's a leader who gets the same task and says, hey, give me 4 people. We are going to go do this thing. I'm here if you need me.
Yeah.
That is the difference on the outset in my mind of, hey, I'm in this, I have this new title. I'm this, in this example, I'm this pastor now.
Yeah.
Like, is it just what you get out of it, your authority, and like now you're all of a sudden you're special, right? Or is it true leadership? In my opinion, true leadership. Just take it for what it is.
Yeah.
It is pretty much exclusively added responsibility. Yeah. It's not more comfort. It's not more convenience. It's not more reward.
Yeah.
It's just more responsibility.
Yeah.
That's the role. That's the true role of a leader, in my opinion. And I feel like that's kind of what you were touching on.
100% agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. And just to clarify too, like I'm not an ordained pastor yet, but
oh sure, yeah.
I mean, let's see if God leads that way. Awesome. I think that'll happen someday. But that's His timing. But back to what you said though, 100% agree with you. Yes, like the response is just more responsibility. We still have the same role, like to submit to God in whatever we're at. Right, like you said, whether I'm the man sweeping the floors or I'm the man that's leading the church. Right. There's just a whole lot more responsibility when, hey, I need to go. I'm the guy steering the ship, not just the guy that's sweeping the floor.
Sure.
The guy sweeping the floor, he's not the guy that ran the, the Titanic into an iceberg, right?
Yep.
It was that captain that said, "Hey, yeah, keep going full steam ahead, even though we're in the middle of a, iceberg lane." So yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I'm looking at future senior global pastor. We'll see.
We'll see what God has for that one.
Start working on that hologram now. Get us more than a day.
Exactly. That's awesome. Yeah.
All right. So let's jump back in. So you graduated basic, went to your first duty station.
Yeah.
Where was that, Fort Drum?
No, actually my first duty station was at Benning.
Oh, okay.
It was it's a training unit, right? So I actually wasn't deployable, which was it was cool in the aspect of I got to learn a lot more things. We had like a whole company's worth of Bradleys at the time because I was in mechanized infantry to start out with. So we had a whole lot of stuff, responsibility with learning to take care of all these vehicles. And then why we had those is because we supported all the rest of the training that happened on Fort Benning, which for the most part is it's a twofold thing. There's a lot of infantry mechanized training stuff that happens there. It's like it is the home of the infantry, but it also has part of the 3rd Armored Division is there as well. But I was helping with a unit with the 1st to 29th, so we're supporting all of the training stuff, like all of the officer training schools that are there. All like at the time, infantry, BNOC and ANOC were all there, which I think they call them different stuff now. I think it's advanced leaders courses, what ANOC is, but I don't even know what BNOC's called now. It's been so long.
Yeah, that's I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't know if I ever knew.
Yeah, but either way, it's all there. So we did a lot of that stuff, but it's great because I also had opportunity to do other things as well, right? So as not deploying, I started bartending on the side. In fact, I was making more money bartending than I was in the military at the time, and that led to some other things as well. Like I said, once again, being young. And I was only just fresh 21, 22 at the time there. In fact, I turned 21 after basic, right? So fresh into all of that stuff. So freedom to go, we're not that far from Panama City Beach, and we know the debaucheries that happen there. Yeah. So often we would go do things and the guys couldn't pay for it. I'm like, hey man, I don't care. Let's go. Like I said, I was making more money bartending on the side than I was in the military. So I helped fund some of that debauchery, but it was good and bad, right? Like I said, I learned from all of that stuff now. Like look back, I'm like, man, I should have been saving money. But I also learned other skills as a bartender, like learning to listen to people, learning to read people, all of those things that went into later on into my military career, and then also into even the things that I'm doing now, right?
I imagine that helped a lot when you moved into the special activities stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Were you guys, you said you were supporting pretty much all the training there. Benny, were you supporting the regiment guys too? Or
no, not so much them. They had their own little thing going on. So for that part, we didn't do a lot of stuff with them, but it was a lot of like I said, most of the, all of the, the Bradley school stuff was all there. So all of the things that went with master gunnery and all of that. So we supported all of that. So like I said, we were always doing some type of maintenance on those vehicles, driving them out to the field. So I got really good at learning how to be comfortable living in the field. All the tricks of the trade of what to bring, food, comfort stuff. But without having to get all crazy with all that stuff, with having to be out there for weeks at a time.
Sure.
Which is good.
So you did your time there. If I remember correctly, that being a training unit, you had the opportunity to go to some schools that you maybe wouldn't have gotten an opportunity to go to otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a chance to go to, and I went and completed sniper school while I was there, which kind of helped out later on down the road. I got a chance to go to, that was my first time to try to go to Ranger school. It was like a pre-Ranger thing that we got involved with. So we were allowed to do that. It was really good. And also I had the opportunity, I was supposed to have the opportunity to go to airborne school. That was my first dealings with a bad platoon sergeant, and learning to say, like, all right, this isn't what bad leadership is about, right? So this guy was all about himself. He, we were given some airborne slots that I was like top of the OML for, or the list to go for, because of I've been doing really well and Soldier of the Month boards, things like that, working very hard to try and get to that slot because I wanted to go to airborne school. It's one of the things that I always wanted to do. And he found ways to assign me to, actually, one of the things he did was he assigned me to something that the platoon was assigned to, where we had to go support a basic training graduation. We were driving the Bradley around for all that stuff. He's like, and then I brought it up because like the first sergeant thought I was going to be going to this course or to the airborne school. And first sergeant saw me in the motor pool getting ready to go to this thing. He's like, "What are you doing? Like, why aren't you over, trying to go into airborne school for the slot?" And I told him, like, hey, my platoon sergeant had decided he was going to take that slot. So he assigned me to this. So of course I get a call from my platoon sergeant. He's like, "Oh, you can go, but I don't have anybody. You're going to have to leave that right there and just walk out." So basically left a point, or like, if I walked away from what I was doing, then to go to take the slot, then we would have failed the mission, right? And I wasn't going to do that. Really, he made that opportunity, but it was like that. There were some other things later on, because he actually ended up almost failing out of that course because he was failing out of the runs.
Jump school?
Yeah, out of jump school on ground week when you got to run a lot, It was just I'm like, man, when I got a chance to go was actually after Ranger school. And so when I went through that, I was like, man, this guy, he went back in my mind. I'm like, man, this guy was such a
gives you a little
weak
perspective.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, whatever. But back to that situation with him, because there was some other stuff that even later on, like I got passed up on a promotion because he gave it to someone else that it basically caught him doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. We'll just leave it at that. I won't really kind of throw all the things out of the bus there, but and I felt bad for the guy that got the promotion because he came to me. He's like, "Hey man, I'm so sorry. Like because once again, I was on the OML. Like, hey, I was the next guy in line for a promotion, and then this guy gets promoted or gets the waiver to get a specialist, right? And then I got the month after. But the reason he got my spot, right, was because of the fact that he cut. Basically, it was like, hey, be quiet, don't say anything,
gotcha.
right? And there was things like that this guy was just doing because it was all about him. Which I would argue that in some aspects we all do those things. Some are more open about it than others, right? But once again, that's a whole pride, self-centeredness thing that I began to get first exposure to, right? And learning like, hey, how do God used those things later on, right? To say like, how can you learning to be submit to authority still, even though they were doing something that wasn't right,
Like David.
Yeah, just like David. Yeah, that was kind of my first exposure to that, practicing it. I think part of me not going to like kind of throw him under the bus was probably a little bit of that made me scared to not step out of that and throw those things under there. But I think it was still God in the whole mix of just teaching me like, hey, I can still take care of this. And then because like a month later, I still got the promotion, even though I really wasn't relying on God at the time. I was getting further and further away from Him in my walk in life, and I was kind of almost put Him on a shelf for a while. And He would be like, "Go pull Him out in case of emergency," or like, "Hey God, I want this thing." It's almost like we often use God as like, "Hey, I go to Him when I need something." Like He's the genie in the bottle. Right. Versus like, hey, no, He needs that relationship should be there at all times, whether on the highest mountain or in the lowest valleys, which for the next, roughly 20 years off and on, I really went through that of just kind of going through some aspect of that and learning that. And that's what God brought me to eventually to surrender totally and say, okay, this is how I want to live life with you, not being second fiddle to all these other things or to yourself, really is what it was. Right. But yeah, so that was my first platoon sergeant. Not so fun. Or it was my first platoon sergeant, but my first interaction with a bad leader, of learning to submit to authority, even though it wasn't necessarily getting treated the right way. So yeah, cool.
So
yeah,
you just mentioned, the next kind of 20 years of your life being kind of a little bit of a journey.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So we're about to start getting into that, because I know you're just knowing your story pretty soon here in your story. You move into LERS and kind of bigger and better things in the military. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a break, and then
sounds good.
We'll jump back in there.
Awesome. Yeah.
If you've ever looked into nutritional supplements, then you know it can get overwhelming pretty fast. It can be very difficult to tell what's just kind of well packaged and well marketed garbage and what's actually worth your time and money. So let me help you out just a little bit for what it's worth. One of the companies that I trust when it comes to supplementation is a company called First Form. They're not a new company. They've been around for a while. They've been doing big things, but that's for a reason. And what I like about them is they're just obsessed about quality, testing, ingredients, all the things that actually matter. And they're laser focused on creating products that actually help people support whatever it is they're trying to do, whether that's strength, recovery, or just overall health. So they've got protein, of course. They've got greens and reds, daily nutrients, pre, intra, post workouts, everything you need to support whatever it is that you're trying to do. So if you're looking to dial in your nutrition and supplementation game, check out First Form. There's a link in the show notes. See what they have that might be able to help you out. I don't think you'll be disappointed. All right, let's get back to it. All right, brother, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
So we were moving into, we were about to move into, I guess, LERS, but I'm trying to recall, and I'm sorry that I don't. Was there a deployment in there before you went over to LERS?
No, actually, well, yes and no. So before I went to LERS, I wanted to go to Germany, right? So I extended to go to Germany, and then went over there and did 2 years over there. While I was over there, I did do a deployment to Kosovo.
Okay.
So that was my first, peacekeeping kind of, combat-esque.
So there was like the potential of it. You didn't necessarily run into any issues, but it was not necessarily fully permissive environment.
Correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So like Germany was fun. Like, so once again, I was didn't surround myself with the right crowd, but I was by that point I was actually very quickly became. So I went over there as a specialist. Right away, I was like probably within a couple of weeks. They're like, "Hey, we want you to be." I became a team leader
as a specialist.
As a specialist, yeah.
All right.
And then, as quickly as they could, they made me a corporal. Which, so like I said, I've held all of the ranks up to E7, right? So that was, and then as soon as they could, they sent me to the board, but I had to wait my time just because I was new to the unit, right? So as soon as they could do all that stuff, they sent me to the board and became a sergeant and all that, and continued on. But so moved very quickly, stayed on the ground for most of that, like I said. Pretty much never once touched the Bradley again, except for a little ride around here and there, right? So did a lot of team leading, which was good because I began to learn how to lead others. A lot of that was on my own. Some of those things, some talents that God had already given me. However, once again, like I said, those things began to go to my head as well, a little more at a time. I tried to stay humble, right? But knowing, like, hey, look at what I've just done, right? You get proud of the things that you do. The military very much is designed both to teach you to lead humbly, but not really. I would say it was a false humility, the same that the world really uses. part of that's needed in the military as far as like, hey, having to have control and all that stuff, but also in influence, right? To be able to get people to do things that are dangerous, right? And they may risk their life to do it. I get it that they're there, they've chose to do that, but the same token, you got to inspire them to do that. Part of that's by you. The best leaders, obviously, like you talked about, lead by example. So I very much tried to do that, but also, I would say the best leaders are those that have God involved with that and recognize that He's in control. Mm-hmm. So I was not always that best leader that I could have been by far, and most of the time I spent a lot of time relying on His talents, still doing those things. And I would lead by example, but I would also not necessarily be the best example. Was morally, like I chose not to do things like some of my soldiers would do, like, hey man, we're going to the red light district. It's like shopping. I'm like, no, dude, I'm not doing that. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't chasing after lustful things. I just didn't do it by going and spending money on it, right? Or paying for it. But alcohol was definitely involved with all that stuff. Chasing things that I definitely wasn't supposed to be. Looking back on it, I definitely wish that I would have chose not to, right? But I also know that God heals from all of those things. He restores us, and which is so great. Because I think it also was used, like I learned what it was to desire those things and to chase after those things, so that now when I pour into other people and encourage them not to, right, and guide them not to, understand where, like, there's a difference of like, hey, I'm telling you not to do something and I know the consequence, and I'm asking you not to do those things because I know what can result from those things. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely.
Yeah. So
there's a couple good points in there, kind of on the same topic on leadership, but also not, like we were talking about before, not putting accomplishments on a pedestal. The Army especially, like, it's just look at the uniform. It's all about patches and tabs and scare badges and all that. Like, as a soldier, a member of the U.S. Army, you kind of size somebody up, their left or right. You look at their unit patch. Are there any tabs? Are there any scare badges? What's their rank? Have they been deployed? It's kind of, and that's how you determine someone's worth in the pecking order.
And the sad part about with all of that too is that is how you progress in the in your promotion. It's not just because, like, hey, I know this guy's work ethic. Unfortunately, it is captured, but it really doesn't get captured until after it's in your NCOERs, which is you've already climbed the rank to get to E5 at least, and still those NCOERs are secondary to what accomplishments, what schools, what things have you already done versus, hey, is this person worthwhile? Right. What is it that this character of this person, and instead we look at the accomplishment of the person. So 100% agree. Yeah.
It goes back to titles and stuff, and that's the other point that you were kind of hitting on. Like, we are at our absolute best, we are only ever like upper management. We just aren't in charge. That's just how it is. And that definitely gets lost. It's easy to get lost, especially when you're letting yourself get defined by your accomplishments or your title, your position, or whatever. So not to harp on that. I know we've talked about that a lot, but like I said, it is kind of one of my pet issues because it's everywhere.
It's reality though too. Like, it is. You're not. I wouldn't say defined by success, right? As far as like in the kingdom of God, that way. Like, if you look at everyone that was a successful leader, right? Moses, for example, right? He's like, hey, God, I'm not going anywhere unless your presence is there. He realized the fact that I need God to be there, to rely on, to be a part of, to do the thing, because I can't do it. Gideon was the same way. Like, he asked God, like, hey, if this is really you, like, he already was called. God said this thing. He'd already accomplished a few things. And then he's like, hey, God, if this is really you really want me to go lead this army, which I blew the horn, they came. There's 32,000 people here. but you really want me to go lead them to go fight against the Midianites? Please go. I'm gonna put this thing out and ask for you to go, please go make the fleece wet and the ground dry. And then again, the opposite way, right? He's like, God, I need to know that it's you, right? For not me, right? I'm not going to rely on this army that's here that's all full of hype because we're sick and tired of being beat down on. I mean, there's lots of revolts that happen that way, like throughout the world that have been that way. They're sick and tired of being beat down on. It wasn't led by God, right? But people still did and accomplished some things. But only when we rely on God to do the greatest things, and he gets glory in all of those things. And that I think the crux of the whole deal is we take the glory when it's like, hey, look at the accomplishments and things that I did versus I rely on the fact that I can do nothing without him. So it's good.
God is definitely that second kind of leader that we talked about. Like,
yeah,
hey, give me 4. We're going to go do this.
Yes. Yeah, with me.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a good story. You were talking about it earlier, God whittling down 32,000 to 300 against, what was it, like 130,000, something like that?
135,000 roughly is what the army was. Yeah.
Which, I mean, insane as it is, but then to defeat them without even fighting. Like, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Like, I'm sure they brought some swords and things with them, but what did he say? He's like, hey, bring a torch and a pot and a ram's horn to blow, right? That's not usually what you bring to a fight, especially in that time.
Exactly.
Like, hey, where's my sword, my spears? Where's my archers at? What can we get higher? All of those things. I mean, that's a great example there. Another example of doing things that are completely the opposite, but following God and knowing that it's all God in it was when they marched around Jericho. Not only did they march around Jericho 7 days, on the 7th day they did it 7 times, and they were not quiet, or they were quiet the entire time, right, until the last time when God says, all right, blow the horn, I'll break down this city, and then go fight,
It's a really good example. I don't know if this will really connect, but it's just another example to me of like, some people call it the upside down kingdom, which I think is a pretty good way to put it.
Yeah.
It's just so much of the way we think things do work.
Yeah.
It works in the worldly sense, but it's not actually how things do work. And like I said, this might not connect, but one of my favorite examples of that is just Jesus. So, obviously when he's here, he's getting a lot of flack for the company he's keeping because the Pharisees and all these people are like, hey, if you're this special holy person, what are you doing hanging out with these losers, these prostitutes, these tax collectors, all this?
Yep.
And it's just like, it's such a perfect example to me. He's like, who exactly do you think I came for? Like, why does a healthy person need a physician? And it's just like, oh yeah, it's things don't work the way that I think they work. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, 100% it does. Yeah. I mean, and I would argue like, he warns us to be not like the Pharisees, right? But so often we are. He said they were married to their accomplishments. Hey, look at what I studied. I'm a Pharisee, right? I keep the strictest of all of the laws. I follow them the best out of anyone in Israel, right? And they were married to that. They're married to like, hey, look at me. I'm better than you because I know more than you and I do more than you do. And it's all about me and my accomplishments.
Yep.
And not about like who they, like Mary and Martha, right? Martha was like, Jesus, why are you allowing my sister to sit at your feet when I'm trying to set up this huge meal, these things that I got to do. I need to accomplish this. And he's like, hey, she's chosen the better thing, which is the relationship to sit at my feet. I'll take care of that. That'll get done. Spend time with me, right? Because those people needed him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good. Yeah. Love it. Back to So Germany. Germany was good. Like I said, I cruised real quick through there. Throughout, like every single time that I ended up somewhere, I ended up like taking things quickly. In fact, usually for those that know the military and know how infantry squads work, and infantry platoons work, the weapons squad leader is usually the most senior and has like control, because they control two most casualty producing weapons that the platoon has and all that. Well, I was the weapons squad leader as an E5, which doesn't usually happen. Usually squad leaders in a E6 to begin with, and the senior E6. So I quickly became an E6 a little bit later on, but I was first that weapons squad leader, which was once again awesome, and I accepted it humbly as I could. But once again, there was still the arrogance about that. Like, hey, look at the things that I accomplished.
Yeah.
Not the things that God has blessed me, to be able to do. So I did that. I did a lot of training and stuff and leading up to getting ready to deploy. We were going to go to Kosovo, and right as we were getting, like the day or two before we were going to deploy, I get a phone call. Oh, actually, it was Thanksgiving. And I spent it with some friends off post, and my phone kept ringing in, and I never could get it to answer the right way. It was my cell phone at the time. My parents were trying to reach through. So back home, we used to go hunting every Thanksgiving morning with a group of guys, and we do still hunting, things like that. But then eventually we'd all get together and do a drive. For those that don't know what a drive is you push the deer one way. You have people sitting, like watching. So when the deer ran by, they could shoot in a safe direction. The people doing the drive were walking basically on line through the woods. And this guy that was with us I didn't know him very well personally, but he thought he saw a deer and shot sideways, but he actually ended up shooting my brother. So it was one of the twins. His twin brother was there basically to try and keep him alive, right? My dad was there for part of that. Like I said, they were all part of that stuff that was going on. So that happened on Thanksgiving of 2000. So that kind of changed the way that we view, our time together as a family there. And for a while, but that was right before, and I didn't get that phone call till actually the next day, when I finally made it through, like, hey, your brother died. So guys deployed. I got a chance to go back home to spend time with the family. It was a rough time. But as a family, we came together really close, again. But in that, like I said, I remember traveling home, and I actually flew into Canada, from the United States, because it was easier to drive home, like the fastest way to get home. So my dad and my uncle picked me up, and I was sitting on that plane waiting to get off, and I'm keeping it together for the most part, but feeling sick to my stomach. Like, and then there's a delay to get off, and I'm like, man, I got to get off this plane. Just, but in all of that, it brought us back to like, hey, I need God in all of this, right? I think throughout that experience, it's funny how God like uses these things in moments that we think like, oh, they're horrible, but he gets glorified in all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So get home, we do that whole stuff together. Family's there. My brother's funeral, actually, between the showing and the funeral, like I said, we talked about this before, somewhere around like between 15 and 1,800 people that show up to both. Like, it was crazy. The influence that, because my brother was a believer, young, like he died almost at 21. He was just a month short of his 21st birthday. But God, that was God's, like he got to hear, well done, thou good and faithful servant, right? Like God's timing for him was 20 years, but he influenced so many other people, both then and even still now, of just like, hey, the things that he did, people began to carry on with. And in all of that, the next day, for like the day that after it all happened, my parents sat down with the guy that killed him and his parents, and then we're able to forgive them. That's a testament to God, and to the obedience of my parents, and realizing like, hey, that yes, as parents, we have children. God has entrusted us. Kind of back to what we talked about before of how I don't hold on to it and grasp it. Like they could have done that. Like, oh, well, you took away my son, and they could have blamed God. They could have blamed the individual. It's not easy, like you said, but they realize like, hey, I am here to steward my children. So they stewarded Jake, and his life and all that stuff. They did a great job of like both stewarding and raising him well, and all of us. But like it was a testament to like, hey, they had raised him well when all these people are coming out of the woodwork to testify of like, hey, what a great person he was. What he amazingly things that God did through him. Both in the church and outside of the church. It was like, 'cause the community that we grew up in was like, I'd say 15 to 20,000 people at the most, like area wise. So not a lot. So comparatively speaking, like a tenth of the community was there. Right.
Wow.
If you think about it, right, for 15,000 people and there was 1,500 ish that went through there.
That's a reach, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then the other part of that is still like, not only was mom and dad able to forgive that guy, right? Like I said, we talked about this before. Like, we all got a chance to at one point forgive him. Like I said, I passed by him while I was home. I knew who he was, all that stuff. I didn't say, hey man, I forgive you at the time. I haven't got a chance to like sit down and talk through that with him, even now years later. Part of that's because he's now moved. And I've lived down away from home for a long time, but I have, like I said, got a chance to forgive him, which was awesome. And, but I know his wife well. Their first son was named after my brother. Like I said, and God changed his life too. Like I said, the guy that, he spent a little bit of time in jail because it was manslaughter. Right. But, my parents actually went on behalf, testify like, hey, it doesn't really need to. So we got the least amount of charge possible, all of those things in there. But in all of that, God used that to bring my family together, to speak to my family, even years later, because my youngest brother blamed God, right, for all of that stuff and kind of went a different direction, ran to drugs, alcohol, women, all of these things for a long time. And then just another testament to my parents that throughout the years, up until about 43 years ago, right? Like I said, he was stuck with all that stuff, but they were praying consistently for him, right? And then God set him free of all that stuff. And we get a chance to talk about that a little bit later on. But in all of this, like I said, God got glorified through that, right? Did a lot of growing in me, even though some of that still was, it's funny how like we have like the moment, like, hey, come to God moment, and then we fall back, and like, all right, and the next, like, hey, he fixed me moment, and I'm like, surrender moment. But that was one of those moments, was like a surrender, like, hey, come back to me. I'm still here for you, even though it's not easy.
That's a lot. That takes a lot, man. Like,
yeah,
some of us, I'm including myself in that group, have a hard time forgiving somebody that I don't even know for driving stupid.
Yeah.
And this is a whole different level. That takes a lot.
I think, like I said, it was only because of God, right? Like, there's no way that mom and dad would have been, not even close. I would argue that, like I said, they probably would have tried to kill him right there, because it would happen. Like, everything's going on there. But I think because of the fact, like I said, I know, like I said, as God changes our heart and teaches us to forgive. Now, we still have to choose to do that, right? But he gives us the ability to do that and says, hey, do as I do, right? It's like, as much as think about the things that we have like slapped him in the face over and over again for, and he still continues to forgive us, and did so even on the cross way back before we were even born. He knew all of the things that we're going to do. And it wasn't just for us, right? Mm-hmm. For those that choose to believe, it was for everybody. So Jesus died for everybody, but only those that choose to follow him and say, make him Lord of my life, then get to go on. But so think about that. He took on the sins of the world. It just blows my mind. Like, knowing full well, like whether they're the person that's going to go worship Satan, themselves, atheists, I don't believe in anything, all of those that die that way, like, hey, yep, I'm still going to die for you if you so choose, right? Like that's such a mind-blowing upside down, kingdom principle, like I'm going to lay myself down. Like he talks about like, hey, I'm going to be the servant of all. He came off his pedestal, if you want to call it that, right? Off his throne of God to be a servant to man, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Even for people who hate him.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
man.
just blows my mind.
It's hard to wrap your head around as people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you get there as a person because it's, we just don't have that capacity,
Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly some people kind of cultivate it and are a little better at it and are a lot more forgiving than others.
Yeah.
But everyone, even people who like not just hate you, but actively try to destroy you and everything that you stand for.
Yeah.
Like we can't, I can't do that.
Yeah, I know. I can't. Yeah. I definitely can't without him.
Right.
Like I said, that it takes all of that. And I think that's even going through, like looking back on military, getting stepped on stuff. And we'll talk some more about some things that I got done wrong, if you will. But I mean, even one of those was like, even we talked about before of that platoon sergeant that was like, did me wrong. That's why, he could present. I learned like at the moment I didn't forgive him. Right. But I've learned since to like, hey, I need to let this go. I love the best definition I can kind of explain of forgiveness. What forgiveness is I relinquish the right to justice or for justice to God, and I let him take care of the rest, right? Like I said, I have to let that go, and let him be the judge. Even though I have the right to that, like I was wronged, but I give that to him and say, hey, I surrender this to you. You could do that. I'm going to free that person to live as you, and then love them. That's the other part of that too. Like, God, like, so, and that's a process, man, of learning to love, like Christ loves us. Right. And so like, hey, open you back up into the fold and like bring you in. And yeah,
that's tough. It's there's a real fine line there too. I agree with you completely. I'm not being contradictory.
Yeah.
I'm just acknowledging there is a real fine line between doing that, mirroring Christ in that situation and also not being a sucker.
Right. Yeah.
Because there are absolutely people who will take advantage of it. They will know that you'll just take it and they will complete disregard for where your heart is. They're like, whatever. They're not going to do anything,
Yeah. But I think in that too, like there's discernment in that, right? I'm like, hey, I can still forgive that person and love them. But like, hey, yeah, you're not gonna be in a position, like it's not wrong to be like, hey, I'm gonna protect things, like not necessarily put up a wall, but not allow someone to be in a spot to take the advantage of somebody, right? And then part of that's listening to God and all that, right? And saying, okay, but also we have that, there's like that dichotomy of like, hey, turn the other cheek, right? Doesn't mean like, hey, I go ahead and he hit me, now hit the side too. Right? It wasn't that. He's like, just be willing to like allow, at least for now, to turn that and not let that pain be exposed, right? Give that to God in that, and then say like, hey, I have to be careful of, right? The same way that God can forgive we talk about pastors that have fallen, right? That once you're a leader and you've made that and fallen from grace and done something, there's some things that can be forgiven, but like, hey, some big things, like you kind of fall, you like you have a infidelity thing or stuff like that, God can restore the person, but not restore them to that position, right? And he still may even use that person to pastor, like on a one-on-one basis, but to lead or to put back in a position or a position to harm someone again, right? Or be back to that, or be restored to that. And that's not going to happen, And it would be the same way, even, think about it the same way, like I've seen marriages restored, right? when people went outside of that marriage. But that's not easy. They say, hey, God, I'm going to begin to love him or her the same way that you love them. Trust has to be rebuilt, because trust isn't, there's a certain amount of trust that I give, like even as I have to give, there's rank that comes and authority that comes with that, which earns a little bit of trust, right? But a good leader earns trust because like, hey, I know that this guy's going to take care of me. I know this person's going to take care of me in the bad situation, or they're going to lead me well. They're not going to leave me high and dry. The same way of like does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like a balance of those two things of like, hey, I can forgive the person, but I don't have to necessarily put them in a place. They have to earn that trust to be able to open back up to like, hey, you can sit at the spot where I'm most vulnerable again. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I forgive you, but you don't get to do it again.
Yeah. 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 100%. Yeah.
So where were we? We were at
deployment times, right?
Okay.
So yeah, brother died. So we put him. We had the funeral, all that stuff. I went back to Germany. Joined up with my company and platoon. That was good. Like I said, there was some close calls, a lot of good times there, a lot of growing. And it was just kind of like some time together as a platoon. It was my second interaction with a not so good leader. I had horrible platoon leader at the time. This lieutenant who's branch detailed from who's PSYOPs. Not that there's nothing wrong with PSYOPs, because I know some awesome people that have done some amazing things there. But he just wasn't an infantry guy that wasn't cut out. He was really, I don't think he was cut out to lead. Maybe because of the fact of like how he viewed himself, all of these things. I don't know exactly. I just know he was not a good leader.
Sure. Was he an LT?
Yes. Yeah. And he was definitely focused on himself. We didn't necessarily treat him all the best either. So like I said, I remember him wanting to come on a patrol one day. And so we went to visit this Serbian family that we knew was going to serve us Turkish coffee. And if you don't know Turkish coffee, it's all the grounds, everything's made together in one pot, right? So it boils and then you don't drink the bottom. You drink all the rest of it, and you have that little soot in the bottom of it that you just don't touch. So we knew he would probably consume the whole thing, and he did. But he just barely made it back to our little outpost, And he was running to the bathroom. He never came with us again. Wasn't a good. There was just things about like he was always about himself. Once again, it was an example of what leadership should not be, right? Leadership, like I said, especially from a Christian standpoint, and I would argue like leadership is designed properly when I'm serving those that which I'm supposed to lead, right? Jesus did that, and he's even said it when the disciples were arguing at the Last Supper, right? They were arguing like, hey, who's gonna be better? Who's best? He's like, I didn't come here. Like, guys, I've spent 3 years with you. I didn't come here to lead. Like normal leaders do that. They argue and shift to get who has the most glory. I came to serve, right? I mean, that's what all of what Mark, the crux of the Gospel of Mark is about. Jesus serving us. But yeah, like I said, but he definitely was not that leader. He definitely was about himself. And one of the other squad leaders, when we're getting ready to leave, we're getting ready to deploy back. You come through from deployment there. You go through Macedonia, do like a decompression time. So it was like 3 days waiting to deploy back, to fly back to Germany. So we're getting ready to go to Macedonia from Kosovo, and we're getting all the bags, getting ready to throw them on the truck so they can go down. And one of the other squad leaders grabbed his bag and threw it behind the tent. Really, it was gear. It wasn't anything. So if it was lost, it could be replaced. It's okay. But it wasn't the right thing to do, right? But
Sure.
He was like, hey, man, I'm going to go, mess with this platoon leader. And our supply sergeant for the company found the bag and then brought it back over and said, hey, what's this doing back here? Platoon leader gets furious about it. He's like, hey, I'm going to address this when we get there. He brings the platoon together. we're supposed to be able to decompress. It's like, hey, nobody's allowed to leave this tent that we're in unless you go to chow. You can't go to the beer tent. You can do all this other stuff. So we're like, hey, we're going to go to IG because they actually had IG there in case there was anything you had to report for different reasons. But we're like, well, we're going to go take care of this dude. We're going to get rid of him,
Mm-hmm.
So we talk and we all file everybody outside, and I have them fall in, and I'm marching them down to go. So we're doing everything right by the book, right? So it wasn't like we're meandering around. I'm like, hey, sir, we're taking them down to IG. We want to file a complaint. He says, well, you can't do that. I'm like, listen, I'm going to do this. So I was doing the right thing, but the wrong way, right? The wrong motive, right? Because I'm like, yeah, we're going to get rid of you. So when it shouldn't have been, it's probably looking back on that, I wish we would have addressed it a different way. But God, like I said, by the time he got back, we were able to go to the beer tent. The next, like that didn't happen very long. He got in trouble. By the time we got back there, within a week, he was out of the platoon, out of the company, and then he was in charge of the motor pool. So where he kind of should have been, I think, like I said, God used those things for him to kind of learn. I don't know where he went with his career, what happened, but we didn't have to deal with him anymore. So
how would you handle that differently now?
Now, I probably would have. Well, one, I think I would have probably tried to address like some of the things way before I got to the crux of like, hey, someone moving his bag to go mess with him, right? Like, so one of the things a good leader does, or even a good person that's following someone, when they notice that there's something wrong, is you go to that person, right? From a biblical standpoint, it says in the church, like, hey, if someone wrongs you, to go to them, right? And if that doesn't work, then you bring someone else along with you. And then that doesn't work, then you bring it to like the eldership, which would have been the IG at that point. Like even before you get to IG, there should have been a progression of like, hey, let's go address this. And maybe involve the platoon sergeant and maybe some of the other squad leaders that have seen the same thing. And then like maybe platoon sergeant, maybe even the first sergeant, the commander, before you let that get out of there, like throw this guy under the bus. Potentially, like now that it also puts a dirty mark on you, right, as a platoon, because you didn't deal with stuff right. And just in that same vein of just like, hey man, we need to go address this way without being defiant, right? But humbly going to that person and say, hey man, this is what we've seen. There's a better way, and then go from there on how he deals with that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, because it does all depend on that reaction.
Yeah, I think you said going back, I wish we would have addressed that differently, because it would have. I think it might have been a better way for him to learn things too, and for us as well, right, to deal with it. But stubborn, arrogant as we are, sometimes we do things the way we think instead of look back and like, hey, from a biblical perspective, that's how it should have happened, and it really. Often, actually, I wouldn't say often, like God's principles are true no matter whether you're a believer or not, right? So, and whether you're following God or not, those are true. Like if I put him first or I honor people the way that we're supposed to, like he tells us to, then he will honor those things, right? Mm-hmm. His word does not change. His promises are true. So therefore, like I said, what he says to do, and we do, he's going to honor that. That's why often you'll see some people that do not believe, but they're very successful, but they're good because they honor like how like godly business should be run, right? They may not be a believer, but they do things in a right manner. They're not trying to take every penny.
Sure.
So I know it's a kind of a different vein, but it's the same thing.
It really is the same thing, yeah.
Because God, like I said, God's principles are God's principles.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish we would have done that there. I didn't. Once a learning point. I've gotten a chance to do that something similar since. But yeah.
Okay, so you've done your first deployment to Kosovo. Gotten a little taste of of the real army, I guess.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of insulting. I didn't mean it like that, but
taste of what the army was supposed to be designed for, I guess.
Exactly. Because you were in a training unit in a peacetime army. Yeah. But now you're
deployable unit, get a chance to deploy, and then come back. while I was in Kosovo, I went to the board. I was promoted. I re-enlisted, and I also changed. Actually, while I re-enlisted while I was there, I said that, like, hey, part of my re-enlistment was like I wasn't going to do it unless I could go to Fort Drum to be closer to the family. And that's so it was about 70 miles from where I grew up, 70 miles southeast or southwest rather of where I grew up. And so that worked out well. I went back to Germany before I left to go back and go over to Fort Drum is when 9/11 happened. In fact, I was sitting on my couch. They were putting in cable at my apartment that I was sharing with another sergeant. And I was watching it happen in real time. Like, oh, this is going to change things. So yeah, that was a unique thing there. In doing that, so went to Drum shortly after that. A couple months after actually that happened, and then from there did some deployments. I went right to a scout platoon because I was able to use some of the like shooting. I was really good at that. Did a lot of sniper stuff while I was in Germany on the side, and they got a chance to do that. Like I said, that's what I was doing in the scout platoon. I was on the sniper teams, the scout platoon, and then from there, kind of very quickly became the scout team leader for that team, and then went to Ranger School, BNOC, all of those things from there, airborne school, which is kind of cool. Was unique in the fact that, like I said, I went to Ranger School and then to airborne school, which is so I was a leg ranger, right?
Okay, yeah.
Which is good and bad, right? Good for me at some points because I didn't have to do the jump stuff, so we get a chance to at least rest. I think the biggest chance there was when we were in Florida, where you wait, like the guys are getting ready to jacked up and do all this stuff and go meet them out in the drop zone. So we're watching all the equipment while they're out doing all the airborne prep operations, and then they get back from all the pre-jump stuff. So I've already had like an hour extra sleep, which is awesome, so that worked out well. But yeah, Ranger School, I learned a lot about myself. I didn't necessarily learn a lot about leading, except for just how to lead myself, right? How to push through a lot of frustrating things. Did also notice, like I said, I still had that attitude in there a little bit. I flared up in Florida. We had I don't know if we talked about this when we were earlier, but there was a lieutenant that was going through school, and we're in Florida phase, and we're getting ready to go through a briefing. And I'm like, man, listen, I gotta go to the bathroom, And he's like, no, you're gonna sit here. I'm like, listen, man, no, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So I go off and go to the bathroom and come back. He's like, oh, you're the worst, NCO I've ever met. And I snapped to that point. Tackle him to the ground. I'm getting ready to go. I'm starting to hit him, and then the RI shows up. So I'm like, oh man, I am so screwed, right? I'm almost so Florida phase. For those that don't know, is the last phase of Ranger School before you're done, right? So we're getting ready to go to in each phase you have some time where you're in garrison, if you will, right? So you're kind of at least sleeping in a bunk for a little bit, and then you get to go to the chow hall and things like that, and do some training, and that's where we're at. So I hadn't went to the field yet for the final training stuff like we do, like doing our. So I thought, I'm like, great, I'm at a minimum, I'm going to get recycled. Luckily, I hadn't had any issues, and that RI was actually a friend of my platoon sergeant's. So he called back. He's like, hey, man, what's up with this dude? He's like, oh, nothing wrong. So they kind of swept that under the rug, didn't say anything, which is, a blessing for me. But it also like showed like another thing of like that pride coming out, and we need to keep that in check. But I wasn't going to put up with someone. Once again, that's an arrogance thing. I think like we always like, oh yeah, you defended your honor or whatever, but it really wasn't that. It was like, hey, Jesus never did that, right? Like they called him, all kinds of names, Like you go back to what you said earlier, like, oh, why are you hanging out with scum? You're a glutton, you're a drunkard, and he was neither one, right? but he just calmly said, okay, yep, whatever. Let it roll off like a duck off a water's back, or I've been talking today. Well, water off a duck's back, right? And that was another, like I said, another sign that I was still like relying on me and not him, right? And even through there, like you rely on God through all those stuff. Like, so you kind of go back through on hard times, like, hey man, God help me get through this. Like say prayers, which praying, like that's still prayer, right? It's probably not, and it doesn't come from the right spot, and God doesn't necessarily honor our self-centeredness, right, in all of that. But I would also say, like, at least you're recognizing, like, hey, I can't do this by myself, right? May not be from the right attitude, but at least it's beginning. Like often, like other leaders throughout Israel's history relied on God, say, hey, we need you for this, but didn't necessarily always, like, weren't completely surrendered to him either. How many times did Israel, like, hey, set us free, the judges, over and over again, right? God, we come back to you, we're sorry, and they would turn back to him for a short time, but then, like, oh, it was easy again, cool, God who, like, oh, I this is my doing, when it wasn't. It never has been. Like I said, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, like all of it. It's everything.
That's one of the most frustrating things to me in just reading through all, especially the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Is exactly what you're talking about. Just that back and forth, well, we'll lean on God when we really don't have another choice, but otherwise it's just outside looking in. It's frustrating because just, why don't you get it? Like you wandered for 40 years, 4 decades, literal miracles every day of those 40 years. Yeah. And then you just stop seeing it all of a sudden. But it is a pretty stellar example of God's character. Yeah. Because it's just like you said earlier, like, he is always faithful. Yeah. Period. Like he's not like people where sometimes we can rely on, sometimes you can rely on me to show up when I say I'm going to. Yeah. Sometimes I just kind of don't show up, or I show up 2 or 3 hours late. Yeah. That's not God. He is faithful. That is a fact, which means he is always faithful. Yeah. Yeah. So some good out of the frustration there, I guess.
And really, if you look back, or even now, and we look at these huge miracles that they got to see, right? Like, yeah, I agree. Like, man, but they were so used to God's presence, it's what it was. Like, even they didn't enter into, even though he was there, they didn't enter into they didn't spend time with him. Like Joshua spent time in the tent of meeting. He stayed there all the time, right? For 40 years, he spent time with God. But in all of that same thing, I would argue, like, we missed the same way that they missed all of the things that we say, like, look at, you got water and you were ungrateful and all that stuff. But like, let's go look at even today, right? How often are we ungrateful for like the things, like even in America, especially, right? I got running water. I mean, you've been to places that it matters, right? Running water. I got heat. I got food, shelter, a job, easy transportation, a government that's not suppressing me or beating me because I'm a Christian.
Yeah, we're allowed to sit here and talk about this.
Yes. Yeah. But those are still miracles. Yeah. Right. They're just different. Right. I think often we miss that. Like, yeah, are they water blasting out of a rock? No. But they're still, like, that's a pretty big thing. And we've become so accustomed. And I would argue that they became so accustomed to God providing for them that they became ungrateful. Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I agree with you. Like, because I said the same thing too, especially when I began to study that, like originally, like, oh man, why do they miss it? Why do they miss it? And the more that I look at that and I look at my own life, I'm like, man, I am no different. Yeah. I'm just different. I doing the same thing in a different way. Like you hit the nail on the head. We as people are not reliable. We missed that, but yeah. Cause I'm like, same thing. I'm like, man, how did you miss that? But Moses even missed it. There's a reason why he didn't make it in the promised land. It wasn't like, even when he says it after, it's like, it was because of you, Israel, but really it wasn't. God said, you're not going to the promised land, you and Aaron both, because the fact that you did not trust me and show them, like, you didn't obey me, right? You didn't show them my holiness and on how it was that you were going to go. And even when he's addressing that and he strikes the rock versus speaking to the rock like he was supposed to, he also says, like, hey, do I have to do this thing for you, right? So he got that little attitude of like, hey, look at what I'm doing. The pride popped in there. And I don't even know, like, I wrote this in my journal when I was like thinking about that. I'm like, God, did Moses ever truly realize, like, yes, he's still in heaven, all of these things, like God used him mightily, but I don't know if he, even at the end of his life, totally realized like where he missed the mark there, right? Because every time that you see it read and he's speaking to the people, he's like, I'm not going into the promised land because of you, but really it was because of himself. And that same thing, like, he missed the mark at that point. So yeah,
it's a good example of something that I think it's super cool to me. Just kind of, constantly trying to, deepen my understanding of just kind of who God is.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely, at least from what I've noticed, he likes to address several problems at once with one very simple, just elegant solution.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a micro example of that. I think with so much of the Old Testament, it's doing two things. It's revealing his character, but it's also holding a mirror up to us.
Yes.
In the same, just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's so good.
So it's just a really elegant way that he does things. I've just always been impressed by it, Like, man, I wish I could do that. if I had just a little bit more, I don't know what the word is. It's wisdom, of course. It's insight. It's tact. It's just all these things.
Yeah. It's the fact that his ways are so much higher than ours, right?
Exactly.
And all of those things, like he's orchestrating life so that we can have the best chance to choose him, so we can have a relationship with him, and then also glorify him and all of that same thing. Like, nothing else, no other being can glorify themselves through loving others and still do it the right way, right? Which is so cool.
Yeah.
And I even going through my military career, even now, like, this is how many times we talked about earlier about like getting mad because someone cut me off, right? Like, that happened yesterday in the car. And I noticed, like, I was going to go pick something up and I'm getting ready to merge on. There's traffic coming. There's someone right behind me. And that person behind me cut the person off I was waiting for, and then cut me off too. And I was like, it was really cool to see. Like, I didn't cuss at them. I didn't get mad at, like, I was upset inside, but I actually didn't even say anything. And I got a chance to see for a second, even though I saw a little bit of me, like the flesh in me, I also see where God changed me. And that reflection of like, oh God, you just used this to show me that you've taken me from a point where I was at before, where I used to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to cut them off and I'd probably cuss at them and lose my temper and all that stuff, to where, and not to say like, hey, look I got it perfect. I just noticed like, hey, I did it right that time. Right. Because like, hey, God, I was listening to the Holy Spirit enough to say like, hey, stop at that second, and God was able to use that mirror, like, hey, in all of this craziness, look and see what I'm doing in you.
Yeah.
So
that's
it's
cool
so
moment.
cool. Yeah. Yeah. But
good to see growth.
Yes. Yeah. So got a chance to go to Ranger School. And right after that, it was funny. Didn't get hurt at all through Ranger School. I was watching people drop from, heat, exhaustion. We actually had, I think I graduated, I was in August, right? Or the end of July, August time frame. In fact, one of the guys that I work with now at the church, we either graduated in the same class. We haven't really kind of looked to see, but within a class of each other, we were still there at the same time, which is, It's funny how we crossed paths and didn't even know it. Yeah. So it's kind of cool. But right after, like at the end of Ranger School, where you get all of your care packages. So there's food all up and down, like the outside of the barracks, right? And there's stuff everywhere. The dog X, where they give you, like, for $1, you're buying like 4 hot dogs, and then the Gator Lounge has, beer and food and things later on, and then the chow hall's there. So like you're getting stuffed after you've been starving, and definitely calorie deprived. I think I lost like 32. I went straight through, and I think I lost like 32 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was 63 days?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So it was crazy.
So 2 pounds a day, roughly?
Roughly. Yeah. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. It's nuts. But the very end, we were cleaning weapons, and I took the end of my finger off, basically, 240 bolt slam forward, and had to go get that all sewn back up on. And so now I had 10 stitches in my finger, and I'm like, man, I'm supposed to go to Ranger school or to airborne school right after this. I still got a chance to go, and actually always reflect back, like we were talking about that platoon sergeant that almost failed out of it because of the exercise stuff. I'm like, man, I'm at the end of Ranger school, still like body's deprived, like even doing these things, and most people are going and like taking a month off, or get back and then could take some leave, and I went right into another school. I was still chowing down as much as I could, but I smelled like you have this ammonia smell when your body begins to break down and you're burning up muscle mass, right? And I definitely smelled that all throughout all of my airborne school, right? So which is 3 weeks long, and it's really I had to sleep in a bed, all of that, which is great, but I had to do the pull-ups, like finger up, and then the runs were I was always like I thought that was super easy. But I was always thinking back at the time, I'm like, man, this guy was a loser, But looking back at him now, I'm like, well, I probably shouldn't have thought that, But, and in there, I think I probably really truly forgave him later on. Like at that point, I was like, it doesn't matter. I'm here anyway. But I would also still compare. I'm like, hey, look at me versus them. Once again, another aspect of pride. You'll hear me talk about how God continually is looking at that thing, but I think it's the root cause of all of the sin that we have is based on like, hey, am I going to submit to God, or am I going to choose the things that I want, right? What's his name? The guy that wrote Calvary Road. I'll think of it in a minute, but he puts it best. He's like right in the smack dab in the middle of the word sin is the letter I, right? Because I'm in the middle of that. And then, why am I drawing like today on people? But,
we're in the middle of a fasting week.
I know. So. That's probably it. C.S. Lewis actually talks about pride and how that is actually it is the core of all the other sins, right? Because like I choose, right, those things, right? So I think God will continually, he talks about it like the thing that's going to tear somebody down, pride. He wants a humble heart from beginning to end of Scripture. It's all about either tearing down pride or man's pride. I mean, that was the beginning choice. Why did like Satan? I would say even when he chose to fight against God and say, I can be like him, right? When he was Lucifer, right? All worship went through him. It was designed through him, right? It was designed to worship God. And instead, I was like, I want people to worship me.
Yeah, I want this from me.
Right, yeah. And he still wants that even now. Like that's why he deceived Adam and Eve. But even then, they had to make that choice. Did God really say, I want to be like God, I want to know what's good and wrong, or right and evil, So those same things we've been doing ever since. So I think the only one that truly submitted completely 100% was Jesus, right?
He's the only one that's gotten it right.
The only one that got it right.
But again, leading by example, like you said.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is, so Sean O'Dowd and I talked about this a little bit, which will come out after this one.
Yeah.
But, that one of the sort of major themes of the Bible is humility.
Yeah.
And that I'm stating the obvious, but it needs to be stated. I think that is for a reason.
Yeah.
Because exactly what you just said, the opposite of pride, humility, right?
Yep.
Pride is what leads us all astray. So humility is what protects us from that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, it's a very basic kind of obvious thing to say, but worth saying out loud.
100%. 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
So speaking of pride,
Mm-hmm.
at this point, you are, you're already over at Lurs, right? Or
not quite yet.
You're just,
Yeah.
you're a scout,
Yeah.
but now you're starting to
Mm-hmm.
get a lot more confidence,
Mm-hmm.
starting to set your sights on bigger and better things.
Yep. Yeah.
So what's the next step look like for you?
So from there, like I said, at that point I was still at drum, right? So I had an opportunity to go to Lurs, which is kind of cool right now. I think that's probably the pinnacle of a regular Army infantryman's ability to go do something, especially once you're in E6. So you're like, you get into some of the leadership part of that stuff there, but you're now going and leading, like you're out there making decisions on your own with a, team of 6, but you are also briefing and helping inform decisions that, a division commander makes, right? So a lot of confidence was built in there, but in there, I think as I became more confident, I also became more prideful. So I went over to Lurs. I was a team leader over there. Did some awesome things. I got a chance to, like I said, make some relationships. Like General Townsend, he was a colonel at the time, was the adjutant for the division commander. So I got to know him pretty well. I briefed him a lot when we were doing things and all that stuff, along with other people. It was kind of cool because later on down in my career, I got a chance to meet with him again and help influence some of the other things that I did with JSOC, get to guide some of the people that briefed him. He was then, as a 4-star that made it so that we could get to do what we wanted to do. Not change his mind, but like just say, hey, this is what he cares about. So, we can address things in a way that mattered, right? But at the time, like I said, that was all, I was like, all right, look at the little old Jason Hazleton, Staff Sergeant Hazelton. I'm briefing so-and-so and still training the guys that are behind me, like, because I have to teach them how to do all the things. But all of the things that a staff does, right, like a battalion staff or even a company staff, all of those things we were doing on our own, right? All of the planning, all of the MDMP process, so the military decision making that goes into all of those things, we learned to do that very well. But then I also, like I said, that went to our heads, and especially it doesn't help out. Like the military already has that stuff going on, right? Like we already have that. Like, hey, because of the fact that, like, hey, look at what I'm doing. Those are things that are feeding into my career, so that I can say, hey, look at what I did to get promoted. And rightfully so, you want the right people to be in there, but like still is that, hey, look at my accomplishments, which feeds into our human nature of pride that is all about me, right? Not about you, not about so-and-so, but at the end of the day, it's about me, right? It's not supposed to be that way, but that's the way that we look at it, because of how our fallen nature is, right? But in there still had off and on with God, right? Like that same process. Really, the more that I was more successful, the same thing. The further that God got away, God got or became to me. Similar to like Israel, right? Like, hey, they were doing great on their own. Like, oh, great. God tells them, don't forget me when you are successful, when you have all these things. But yet we so often do that, and I definitely did that there. Deployed with them and was doing great. All of stuff was chosen to be like I was the youngest of all the team leaders, but yet was chosen to be the first team to go out and do things and all of that stuff. And in all of that, every single time was out, like God was still blessing because I was doing things, honoring him, like in that aspect of like how my work ethic was, but not honoring him, like putting him first in my heart. Or in the way that I acted and did things on my own, right? Like there was still alcohol, there's still all these other things. Now maybe not as much, right? Because I'd like, hey, let's reel this back a little bit. but I still, hadn't surrendered everything to God yet, right? And I was chasing after other things, similar to even like what David did, right? He chased after other things besides God sometimes. But in all of that, he was still working, right? Building me up so that I can then get knocked down, right?
Yeah.
But I think in those times of getting knocked down, we learn the most when we don't surrender, right? Because we need to. It's an area of like, and God disciplines those He loves. So He's like, hey man, I care about you, still, even though you're not doing like the things that I'm asking you to do the way that I asked you to do it. I think about it the same way, like, hey, tell my daughters, like, yeah, I asked you to do all these things to clean up your room, and you only did half of them. I'm not going to crush you, but like, yeah, you're not going to go do the thing that you asked to go do because of the fact that this wasn't done right. Right? There has to be a consequence to our actions, right? Consequence to pride is like pride comes before the fall, right? Because I'm going to fall, because guess what? No one is going to get elevated above God, right? He doesn't share that one. He's a jealous God.
The way you put that, that's how you had me thinking about it a second ago when you're talking about, I guess you're talking about the pride thing, and being in a leadership position and things like that. And it really is like, it's our fallen nature.
Mm-hmm.
We're always looking for those bona fides to see who's the shot caller.
Yeah.
But it's like right there is where we are broken. There is one shot caller.
Yep.
We lost sight of that as people, but we're still looking for it. Like it's still in us.
Yeah.
That there is a shot caller.
Yeah.
But instead of looking where we're supposed to, we're looking at each other.
Yeah.
It's just,
yeah.
Anyway, you had me thinking about that.
Yeah. That's good. That's really good. Yeah. Cause we were never designed to be He said, hey, I want you to lead the thing. I gave you authority to do this, but I'm still the guy in charge.
Right.
Yeah. It's good. Yeah.
So you deployed, you went to Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you re-enlisted while you were there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, at this point, you really are, you've gotten a good deployment in the LURS. You're doing it. Like you said, LURS is such a cool thing. It's a shame that they stood it down.
Yeah.
But like you said, it is as close to special operations as you can get without like technically on paper, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at this point, you got a deployment to Afghanistan, doing that. You're an E6, you've re-enlisted.
Yeah.
Now your sights are on even bigger and better things.
Yeah. So the special activities area, realm, and all that stuff, our special or the special operations community, usually the flow goes somewhere like, I'm either in Ranger Regiment, and then I go to another special operations unit, SMU, or I go to Special Forces and then do that, or from the Army you do that and kind of progress there, where you go first to Special Forces and then on to other SMUs. I always had the opportunity to, the SMUs went out and did a lot of recruit. They still do some like recruit from all over the place, not just from special operations units. But I got the chance to, like I said, I got one of those letters, and then in response to that, like I said, had been accepted to go to one of their selections. So I went to that. In fact, I left a little bit early for my deployment to go back to do some training to get ready to go, and then went to that, and was still, I think I want to say like 24, 25 probably. So still really young. And once I like I said, part of that selection process is a lot of land navigation, right? And you have to, it's a long distance, a lot of rucking, all of that stuff. There's some other aspects to that as well, some physical aspects to that. There's some evaluation stuff and things that go on with that. But a lot of it has to do with like just making good choices on how I navigate, right? And how I get to point A to point B in a timely manner over long distances, right? You don't know the times, standards, or all that other stuff. But I enjoyed it because of the fact that in that selection process, or in there, for those 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I was by myself. I didn't have to I only had to make decisions for me, which was like, to me, was even better. Like, hey, forget it. I don't have to worry about anyone else. I can only worry about me, which is both a good and bad thing, right?
Yeah.
But I was very at home using, orienteering, which is probably the best way to go about doing that. Because if you go straight line, I got to go over mountains and around things that are gonna cause me to slow down if I don't do that. And that's usually what bites people in the butt, right? Like we talked about it earlier. If I use a compass and I'm on azimuth and I go for certain distance to get to that spot, well, if I'm a little bit off, especially when I got to go, 5 kilometers off, away, and I'm a degree off, well, then I'm way off from the point that I got to be at. And if I don't know how to use some back stops and all these other things, or utilize the terrain and look at the map and say, hey, I can follow the stream to get to this, to go to the other, to get me to that point. So there's the guide rails, right? They natural guide rails that are in place, that I can use those. Then I can know where to go to, right? And that's very similar to like we can learn to. I can either like, hey, God's word says to do this, exactly this, right? Or I can use the guide rails that He puts in place, right, with other people. Going back to community. I know we're going to keep going back to discipleship, because that's what this whole thing's about, right? We're getting to like those people to my left and right, my Pauls, and even those Timothys that can say, hey, what about this? I can learn from everybody. And that same thing of like, hey, I can look at the terrain or the people around me and listen to God. Like, hey, I apply the principles that exist from like, hey, I need to go this direction, right? So I got to follow the Bible, but then I apply those things to life. Then I learn to land navigate, if you will, not just, be hey, I did the thing right, X, Y, and Z. Well, that's what the Pharisees did. I did X, Y, and Z. Therefore I'm good. I did X, Y, and Z. Therefore I'm better than you. No,
right.
No,
Yeah.
You're better than you line. That's great. You did an awesome job at going from point A to point B. You might even made it there, right? But you made it there too late.
Right.
Or you spent all this energy getting there, and because I practiced to do the other instead of like, all right, let's listen to what God is telling me, guiding me through the Holy Spirit and through all the things around me to go do those things. So,
Yeah, or you miss something along the way.
Exactly. Right. Or miss just a little off step here, and I didn't make it to the point where I was supposed to go. I'm way over here.
I forget the math, but it's something crazy, like 1 degree at what is it, 500 meters or something.
Oh yeah,
you're
lot.
off.
Yeah.
You're good luck if that point's in a thicket. Good luck.
Yeah, 100%. But I was comfortable doing that, right? And I did great at it. And I think God's blessing was still there and all this stuff, even though I wish I would have go back and thinking about it now, because I don't even remember all the things that I was thinking about, but I know I wasn't like spending time with God while I'm doing my walks. I probably did a little bit here and there, but not even close to like how I do stuff now, right? And I wish I would have spent 4 weeks in the woods, basically like you get to go rest at night for some of that, but what you weren't suffering, like it was difficult. It was challenging, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, that wasn't Ranger School, right? I was fed really well, and definitely had all the opportunities to take care of myself as much as possible, and all of those things. Not, hey, I have to suffer through the fact that I've got trench foot today, and all of that. But that to say, like, hey, I excelled in there. Was accepted into their operator training course. Was kind of cool is my roommate, when I went down to moved down here to the Fort Bragg area, was a guy that I went through selection with, and we were both picked up. He was from 7th Crew, and then I'm coming this way, and we hit it off really well. And it was kind of cool that I met him, and I ended up buying the house that he was in. He got married later on, and yeah, so I went to, like I said, did that, and that was okay. Like there were some things that I struggled with, right? Because and I think that was the beginning of like getting a chance to see, hey, I'm not the best, right? Because I was a big fish in a little pond before, but now I moved to like the biggest pond out there, right? With all the biggest fish from all the other ponds, right? And we're we're now in a barrel.
Yeah, species
right? So
never even heard of.
I'm not as big as as I thought I was, right? So there were some areas that I struggled and stuff, but I accomplished everything. And at the last day that they're saying, hey, so-and-so, you're going to go to this part of the unit, and then Jason goes see the sergeant major.
This is OTC you're talking about.
This is OTC, yeah. And it's like, hey, Sergeant Hazleton, we think that you need, we'd like to see you go get some more experience, and then come back. And I was like, that was the first real, hey, yep, you're going to get knocked off your pride, your pedestal. It wasn't the only one, but it was probably the first big one, right? Mm-hmm. And God used that. I got a chance. They gave me the opportunity. Like, hey, you can either go to special forces, or you can basically choose your own destiny. You can go back to the infantry and take a platoon, or you can go to special forces. And I chose to go to special forces. And I got a chance to pick what MOS I wanted to go to as well. Part of the reason why I did 18 Delta was there was a couple things in that. One was it was one of the most marketable skills, and between like the two most marketable skills coming out of there, like right away, like you can easily pick up a job. I was now beginning to think long term. I wasn't going to just like, hey, I'll be done and be out of the military. Like no matter what, when I was done, I would have a skill that I could carry on afterwards. Not that you can as a weapons sergeant or the other they do articulate over, but it's a lot easier to move into other realms without having to go down some type of contracting way if you're, going to the medical field or into the communications field, right?
Yeah, you can just go be it. I mean, I know there's work involved, but
yeah,
it's a little bit more than a foot in the door to becoming a PA.
Yes, yeah. Basically, by the time you get done and you actually get some experience as an 18 Delta, you are a wilderness PA. And at least definitely in the combat setting, and where we were at and all that stuff, like you are the doctor, right? And your battalion surgeon is really, he knows your skills at that point. So like, and once again, like I said, as I was going down those roads, we'll talk some more about like that. But my battalion surgeons all had trust in me, partly because of the fact like I was as I continued to do like the work and put those stuff in, whether I was following God or not, like he was like closely, he was still blessing the ethics that I was putting into that, right? Like okay, he's still, so I was still getting honor, like, hey, yeah, where honor was due, like, hey, yeah, this guy is a good 18 Delta. This guy was doing those things that needed to be done so integrity was still there, all of that, right? So that there wasn't issues like when it came time for like me to be in other leadership positions or to make decisions that were backed by, when doctors are like, well, why do they do it this way? I'm like, well, because this is what he had, right? This is why he did what he did. Like they had my back at that point.
There's definitely one of those incidents that I want to get into in a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, just knowing your story, I kind of happen to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I did have to go through the selection process as far as go to SF selection, right? Because that carried over. The other selection did, which is good, because that would have been
just
a pain in the butt.
Another nut roll, yeah.
Yeah. But it was kind of great. Like I still had to do the qualification course, which was all of the things. So the first part of that was, small unit tactics, which to me was real easy. I've been doing small unit tactics pretty much most of my military career of some sort or another. And then I think the biggest thing for me with that was like the fact that I had to teach people that didn't know, right? And this was my beginning to learn to teach and pour into other people. And yes, I was doing that like as a squad leader and all that stuff before. So that actually was probably my first experience of like, hey, let's teach guys, practice, get them good at what they're doing, and really was a means of which God used to help me develop ways to disciple, right, other people later on down the road. Because there's very similar, right? You have to have a relationship, you have to have trust, you have to have, intimacy, if you will, right? Like in those things and doing life together. Like, hey, yep, this guy knows what he's talking about, and like can walk it out and not be like the guy that blows up on somebody. Correct them when need be, right? But you can't always be the guy that's like ripping somebody apart who's not going to listen. right? So these are all things that we're learning along the way that we can now apply, like I said, into my Christian walk as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if I remember, this was also a good sort of teaching point for you in terms of humility, because there was a little bit of a rub there. Like, oh, you think you're better than us?
During SUT, right? We were getting to do the Nasty Nick, the O course, right? And where I was at before, like they gave us left and right limits of what you could or could not do on the O course, and then you on an O course, and then you figure out how you can best tackle the obstacle without breaking the rules, right? So we're gonna go through this as a team, and the small unit leader that was there is like, oh, just follow everybody else, because I had to let him know, like, hey man, I haven't been through this, course, and so that was the first time I had to at least let somebody know. And then as we're doing it, I end up working my way toward the front, and I get to an obstacle where I'm like, what are we supposed to do? He's like, hey, go over this. You can't touch. Can't use your hands to touch any of the stuff. So I get up on the obstacle and I run across it. Really, what they wanted us to do was like legs up and over and without touching it, right? Kind of gonna go sliding over it, and if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But the first sergeant that was there was like, what are you doing? When he saw me run across. And that's when I'm like, well, hey, you told me not to go into what we had to do. He's like, do it like you did in selection. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah. Like, I didn't do that selection. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was like, yep, this is not what they wanted. Right. So I'm like, okay, we'll go back to it. But then, and for a long time, like I deliberately tried to not hide it, but I did not want to highlight myself, right? There's some of the other things too, like during like the shooting stuff in there was times like they could see like, oh man, you've been, where'd you learn to shoot? And I would like, oh yeah, used to suck. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah, like, you haven't, no, what are you talking about? Like, listen, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick to my story, but
you can verify all you want.
Yeah. Like technically this unit's part of the use of sock. So yeah, I'm not lying, but
right. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. But they would give us a hard time about that. So
was it, how difficult was it for you? Because at this point you're just burning through it. Like you were just knocking it out of the park. Yeah. The unit told you, come get some more experience. It's a very common thing though.
Yeah.
And you still made it through everything.
Yeah.
And now you're here doing this. It sounds like you're kind of breezing through the queue.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
How hard was it for you to kind of accept that humility when you're running into that, the cadre and things like that? Like, like I said, you think you're better than us. Like, how hard was it for you to kind of, or did you, or did you push back? Or
no, I didn't push back. I deliberately was like, I think at that point I knew already, like, I just need to be quiet, right? Because even like as you apply some things, sometimes the best thing is like, okay, I'm just not going to argue with this person because they have the authority. They're in a spot where they can remove me from this. And really that was more of the thought process. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to just be humble and let God take care of this. I was humble for a different reason, right? Because it was more of a self-preservation, not that, hey, because I could say, oh yeah, okay, we're going to argue about this. I think it was making a mix of both, right? We're being humble because I'm supposed to be, but also humble because of the fact that if I'm not, right, which is, if you can look at it that way too, like, yeah, if I'm going to be proud, I'll definitely get knocked off of this horse,
sure.
And like, hey, this guy has control or has at least some influence into the fact that I could, whether fairly or not, he could find a way to make it so that I don't pass this course and make it even more difficult for me to move on to things that I want to do.
Yeah.
So I think humility can work in a couple of different ways, right? But from a following God's standpoint, I probably didn't like say, okay, God, you want me to be humble here, right? I think I was listening to him by, like, there's different ways, like you can, like, hear God speak to you, right? Or you can kind of follow what God is speaking to you through your surroundings. And I think that was more of what I was following at that point, if that makes sense.
It does. Like, just like the example you gave earlier about a business leader.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a godly person, but
Mm-hmm.
running it according to biblical principles, wittingly or unwittingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'm going to follow, like, I see what God, because like nature, right, itself shows us what God is, right? Whether we want to acknowledge that or not, it's a different thing. But it's sitting right in front of us, and that's kind of that same way I was just following with that. So that didn't turn into too much of a thing though. That was good. But even throughout the rest of the course, like there was things, and there was times like it felt weird to me. So like even at the end when we're going through the to Robin Sage, right? So we have two AT Deltas, the other, but they had to fill the team sergeant spot, right? So I became that team sergeant. Like they were like, "Yep, you're going to be the team sergeant." I was a team sergeant the entire time. Like I didn't get evaluated on how I did my medicine, which is weird, like to me. And I think for like, it was all about like decision making processes that I was involved with, and I was kind of paired with a captain that didn't necessarily listen to, like at that point I had learned how to listen to people, like when I'm like our instructors, right, or the role players, like the leads that were there were actually former SF dudes that are teaching, right, in role, like they're playing in there. So, but you got to listen to that. Like it's the same way, like I guess you're going to compare that back to the same way, like God, we can listen to someone speak and hear what they're really saying without them saying it. The same way that God speaks to us through other people, whether it be from the pulpit or in this conversation or along just as life is going on, right? God can speak to us through all kinds of stuff that way. And that was another way for me to begin to learn and read people, see what they're really saying, and then also begin to teach someone else how to listen to that. Right? Because I had a captain that was not listening. So I had to be like, hey man, listen, we need to listen to this dude because of the fact, like, hey, you're already causing these problems. We didn't get into the G base the first day because he was all, oh, we got to do this. I'm like, stop, take a step back. Here's the rules. Here's the left and right. So what we got to do, we can report some things, but you're not the one that needs to be the guy that corrects him. We report it up, right? Send that up to, if the bosses want us to leave, we're going to leave, but we're not going to do that. And we need to listen to this guy. He's teaching us in role, like, hey, what success is, right? The same way, like, our Pauls don't necessarily need to say, hey, Dan, you're going to do this thing. That's X, Y, and Z. They can speak into your life and then like give you guidance without saying, hey, take 2 steps this way, turn left, go 4 steps over here, take a knee, shoot this way, do this, whatever, right? I think we have to grow. We have to be able to learn to hear on our own through other people. We're still the same way. And God was some of those things, right? Or honing the skills, like they're still there, right? As I was going through the course, so you can be able to do that, and also humble me at the same time to be able to say, because this captain's in charge, not me, right? I'm the team sergeant, but I have a lot of influence, but I'm not the boss, right? So in doing that, I had to like, hey man, let's go talk, and learn how to influence somebody, even though they're in charge. Say, hey man, you're wrong, without being that guy like, hey, I'm in your face. Kind of going back to, I think I learned from that, going back to that platoon leader from before, right? I was applying it anyway, whether I truly like knew that I was applying it at that point or not, is another thing. But I was doing that at that point, and I think the same way. So slowly learning, getting back the round way to talk to your point about humility, and learning how to do that without, we still bring people along, right? I would still argue like they're still, with some arrogance in some of that, yes. Even in probably behind that captain's back, like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, all that stuff, which is another aspect of pride, right? We have to be careful of, because we shouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
Back in our Christian walk, and Paul warns us about gossip, and that's what it is, really what it is. Not, hey, Dan doesn't know what's going on over here, Like, no, if he doesn't know what's going on, I shouldn't be tearing you down. I should go talk to you about that to your face. And like, hey, let me help build you up. Not, hey, so-and-so doesn't know what he's doing. We'll do it. We'll make it all right. And we'll make him look good. And like, no, go talk to him. Don't talk about him. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's the importance of the community piece for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So
where did you do your ride-alongs? In the 18 Delta course?
18 Delta course. So I did mine in Virginia.
Virginia,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
How was that?
In Richmond. That was kind of cool. Like I said, at that point.
So I said ride-alongs. I don't know what they actually call them, but.
Yeah. So there was, we do there's two different parts to that, right? There's the first part of the 18 Delta course is the SOCA medic course, right? And then you follow on to continue on your stuff. For the second half of the course is the 18 Delta course, where you learn all these other skills and tools. But the first part is your first ride-alongs, where you do like 2 weeks in an ambulance and 2 weeks in a hospital.
Okay.
In the hospital, you rotate through things. And it was kind of fun. Like I said, there was a lot of different stuff in that. Some of the things that kind of stand out to me, which is kind of, I got the opportunity. Because we were like, usually to go into the surgery stuff, you're working with the anesthetist. So you do a lot of the intubations and things like that. So I started working with this, this was my first surgery. I was going to be working on this guy. Really, we were just going to do the anesthetist part. And then the head resident neurosurgeon was working on this dude. He's going to replace part of it, or redo some of his, what went wrong with the guys at a bone fusion between, I forgot what part of his back it was exactly, but really heavy set dude. So the intubation wasn't the easiest. We get that knocked out. And then he's like, hey, do you want to scrub in? Because I don't have anybody with me. So I'm like, heck yeah, man. So then I spent the rest of the day working with him, which is really cool. But in there, we're debriding this guy's because we got an infection in there and all that stuff. Partly was the patient's own fault, because he wasn't taking care of things, whatever. So we're taking out the old dead bone that didn't fuse and all that stuff, and then sewing him up and learning all the different techniques from him, and just getting a chance to grow. And then throughout the rest of that day, we did a couple of things. One of them, looking back on them, man, I kind of wish I wouldn't have done it the way I did it. As far as the doctor student probably felt really humiliated. Like I'm kind of thinking through this now, right? I probably humiliated him, not meaning to, but we were getting ready. We had a depressed skull fracture that came in, and we're gonna do a rapid sequence intubation, which is they hit him down with all this meds, so he's basically paralyzed, so that you can then put a tube in and get going. And you only have you really don't want to, especially with a head injury, you don't want to deprive this guy of being able to breathe, right? So in doing that, when I paralyze a guy, he can't breathe, right? So that you have a limited time to go put that tube in before you got to start breathing for him, right? And so we set him all up, and then this doctor, or a student med student that's going through all this stuff, and he's trying to I can't find it. So I just we're at the 30-second mark, and I pushed him out of the way. I'm just get out of the way. And I grabbed the laryngoscope from him, and then boom, because of the models that we had been working with, right? So used to really long necks, very difficult ways to go and get the laryngoscope in there and actually see the vocal cords past the tube through and all that stuff to make sure so we can get a good intubation. So to do this for this guy was super easy for me, because we had a lot, this was a lot easier than what we had been practicing on. So hammered it through. She's like, that's the fastest I've ever seen anybody do an intubation, from go to, all right, cool, good to go. I didn't find out about that until later, but looking back at it now, I'm like, man, I feel bad in my in my want to do something the right way. And still, I would argue even arrogance is hey, can I give it? Look back at it, I should have had hey, let me try that, or let me take care of it. I just grabbed the laryngoscope and get out of the way. Those are the things now, God is revealing slowly.
Sure,
hey,
yeah.
The pride that we don't even know that we have, like, is a way that comes out, right?
Yeah.
Versus like, God, show me. And like, that's why we have to ask daily, like, God, humble me. And like, I submit to you. Please help me with everything I'm doing, right? I remember even on the way over to here, I was like, God, just you speak through whatever we're going to do today. We prayed for it before we began. And I know you continue to do the same thing of just like, hey, God, I want you to speak through this. But at the time, like, I look back and I'm like, man, that's some of my pride that was kicking through, even though it was intended well. Like, my pride is like, hey, get out of the way. Like, in me not looking to take care of this individual or and wanting to do the right thing and save the life, right, and be the hero, I also humiliated someone else along the way,
Yeah.
But
I feel like a lot of that comes out as guys, especially guys who've been in the service with our spouses.
Yeah.
We'll just say things just a little bit more directly than maybe we should.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even though obviously my wife was also in the Army, but she still don't need to be talked to like that.
Exactly.
you know. Yeah. That's a good observation there, man.
That's good. That reminds me, like I said, how Paul addresses, like the second time that he addresses how husbands are supposed to interact with their wives. He's like, don't speak harshly to them, right? Like deliberately, like, hey, you should take care of them. Like they're a delicate, not that they're weaker, but they're fragile because of what they're given. Like we have to take care of that relationship more than any other one, right?
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with you because I know I've been super guilty of that. How often do we, especially like that same thing of like as we're intimately close with other guys that are rough, right? We razz each other and we are harsh, like even the way we talk to each other, right? Because we can handle it, but also I would also argue it probably shouldn't be that way, but just we kind of are that way anyway, right?
Yeah.
But we definitely like those things slip out when we're like, hey man, like I said, I can't talk to my wife that way, even though I'm doing it in a quote unquote loving manner, right? Like, oh, that little joke, like, but it just,
Yeah, they take it differently, man. Obviously, I can't speak as a woman,
right.
But
Yeah,
I was listening to somebody talk about this the other day, just about how women take criticism differently, and it's just like you can say something like, just a simple fact, an observation, how the green beans are cold.
Yeah,
and she takes it like, did I not cook it well enough? Did I not provide for you well enough? Are you, are you? It's on a certain level, at least from what this lady was saying. Right. Again, I can't speak for women, but it's like it's kind of a security thing.
Yeah.
Like this is my protector, my provider. Did I displease him? Now is he going to go? Be less interested in protecting me and providing for me. Things. It's seems like a big leap, but apparently it is not.
No,
and it sure explains a lot. So,
but yeah, and it's really kind of goes back to that same thing of like we should be building each other up, right? We're called to build each other up, build up, right? Like our speech should be edifying, whether it be amongst you and I, or even amongst like to my spouse or anybody else. And I think we sometimes even allow ourselves even to razz each other when we really shouldn't, right? And that's just like, I've got a chance to see some of that stuff play out in different areas in life of like, even amongst Christians, they're like, hey, yeah, like deep down when we really are vulnerable or like with a person that like I care the most, we, even as men, still think some of those same things. Like, man, does he really mean that about me? Or I start to examine like, oh, was I messed up here? Or am I not that good? Or all of those things, right? Because the enemy uses that, right? To say like, hey, let me plant a seed of doubt. Let me plant a seed of discord, all of those things, right? Whereas if I were just edify the person, I don't give room for the enemy to plant those seeds, those thoughts in there. And it's definitely, I think, because there's so much trust that is in between a husband and wife, or should be, right? That is even more amplified, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, you're through the Q course.
Yeah.
You're now a Green Beret. You go to third group, correct?
Yeah.
So we'll start digging into that, because I know there's some pretty wild stuff that happened in your time there. But before we do that, do you need a break?
Let's do that.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
A lot of what we talk about in this show comes down to sincerity, right? Sincerity of faith, sincerity of motivation, all these things. Now, we may not always use that word specifically, but it is the root of a lot of the things that come up. Now, when it comes to Christian clothing, we need to address some kind of uncomfortable truths, all right? Now, there's no shortage at all of Christian clothing companies out there, but there is a very real shortage of sincere Christian clothing companies. And here's what I mean. A lot of these companies don't care about the gospel or your faith or what drives your life at all. They just wanted to sell clothes, and they saw the faith world as the easiest market. They stepped back and said, hey, this stuff really means an awful lot to these people, and they're willing to pay a premium for it. So why don't we just look up the most popular Bible verses, stick them with some clip art or something we have AI gen up, slap them on a t-shirt with a cross somewhere, and charge them $50-$60 for a t-shirt. Easy money, right? And I guess from a business perspective, it makes sense. But for me personally, sincerity and authenticity matter. And I know I'm not alone in that. And for that reason, we've linked up with a company called Disciple Threads. They made this hoodie that I'm wearing right now. The reason we chose Disciple Threads is because they're actual believers. And they're using their time and their talents to spread the word and to glorify the kingdom. Now, it's not for everybody, right? Tastes are individual, and not everybody likes to wear Christian clothing. I get it. But if you are one of those people and sincerity and authenticity matter to you, there's a link in the show notes. You can check out Disciple Threads or just go to their websites, disciplethreads.co, see what they got. If you find something you like, use code RP15. It's RP15. That'll get you 15% off your order. All right, let's jump back in. All right, Jason, we're back from the break, and we're moving into, you just got assigned a third special forces group.
Yeah.
And this kind of starts a chain of deployments for you.
Yes. Yep.
And also your first daughter coming pretty soon, right? I'm not trying to get ahead of you.
No. Okay. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. So my wife and I got married while I was going through the Q course. We did the courthouse wedding first, and then waited till it was basically, I think it was just after Robin Sage and all that stuff, and I still had language to do, but we did that at the Outer Banks with the destination wedding with everybody coming to see us, which is kind of cool because it was a lot of fun. We were on the got married on the Outer Banks, like on the beach.
That's cool.
70 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. It was perfect, right? And this is at the end of September. So, yeah, it worked out really well.
What was your language again?
French.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I could probably speak some of it now, but I haven't been practicing it like I should be. But
it's perishable for sure, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You met your wife, obviously, during the Q course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was a karaoke night, right?
Yeah. Actually, it was. I went to a different bar that was down both of those bars are kind of still there in Fayetteville, right? And was with some other people hanging out. Went over there to sing karaoke, and she was there with somebody else and noticed me, and then that started a relationship, a little bit at a time, and it was kind of cool. Yeah, she chased after me a little more than me after her, not because she wasn't beautiful or any of that. I just was not pursuing, but it was kind of awesome to see that God put that in her, even though she wasn't necessarily following God at the time. So it was kind of cool. Yeah.
It was a kind of a quick burn. You guys met in the Q course, but you were married just before Robin Sage, you said?
Yeah. So we got married. So I met her while I just started the 18 Delta portion of it, right? So the actual med portion, right? And during the first time I told her I love you was over the phone while I was on that first rotation. And she hung up the phone and called her mom. She's like, "Oh, he just said I love you." And because it was kind of cool. It kind of went from there. But yeah, we got married in February after that. So about 6 months after we met, we got married. So yeah, it was a quick one. But at that point, I think, like you said, I knew it was like, I just knew, right? It was the right thing. And then we were already, we already started to live together. And it wasn't like, hey, let's get married. And because of that, but, it was just like, she was the one, right? And still is. Oh, I love her to death. I wouldn't trade any of the ups and downs and everything in between, for anything else, but it's been a great ride with that. But yeah, it was quick. And then the September, so about a year and a half after we met, we got married in front of everybody. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the coolest things about your story to me, is that, I mean, the community that you come from, it's notorious for the divorce rate. I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. And a lot of it comes down to, like we said earlier, the job being the idol and things like that. But regardless of the reason, it is a fact the divorce rate in the special operations community is through the roof. But it's not the case for you. You guys made it and are actually an example that I've personally seen used. People have called you out, you and your wife out for your relationship. So so not just, you didn't just survive, you thrived.
Yeah.
So I'm not insinuating that's all been sunshine and roses.
Oh no. Yeah, it definitely hasn't. And I've had my fair share of getting close to messing that all up really bad. In fact, I'd say without the grace of God. But my wife has been loving and forgiving and just God is nothing more than that, right? He's changed all of our hearts and we've grown in all of that. But yes, I would agree. Like that's been a blessing, though. Like to be able to help out others in all of that. Say, hey, look at what God can do, right? For me, it was not a physical woman, right? But there was pornography, which is all tied in like throughout all of special forces, like, and it's just a normal thing, right? It's not a right thing, but it's one of those normalized things that the enemy is kind of throwing in there, like, oh, you're gone away, it's okay, and you know,
hey, here's the hard drive.
Yeah,
pass it to the next team when you leave.
Yeah. And definitely came, like I said, it almost destroyed our marriage. So, and I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad that God grabbed a hold of me in that area and changed my heart. And my wife was loving and forgiving, patient. So, yeah.
So she wasn't a believer when you guys got together, or she just wasn't practicing?
So she had a Catholic background. Grew up through most, like said, school, middle school was all Catholic, and so she had her own relationship, kind of, but like had been growing in that. Really during at that time was definitely not chasing after God either, but at the beginning, right, and then we just slowly. God kind of drew us back into Manna for a while while we were there, because we lived over closer to Fayetteville than we did where we're at now, and we started attending that together, and just that's slowly been just working on both of us for over the last 20 years of growing us together and in Him, right? Sometimes closer, sometimes not, but that's really she kind of came to the realization the same way that I just, okay, we're gonna serve, we're gonna do this right, or at least try,
right,
but
you're in it together is the point.
So
no, that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
that's such a powerful thing, especially for I think for guys. Again, kind of like we talked about earlier. Even if you feel called and you're just like, I mean, I really don't even know where I fit in this whole, you kind of look around, you see kind of a lot of kind of assume everybody's, kind of Ned Flanders, it's a facade, but you don't see that initially.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I don't think that's for me. But so often it's the spouse, the wife that's just, I guess, kind of not to use the kind of flowery language, but kind of provides a safe space. You see that in the person that you are closest to, that you love most in the world. Yeah. You see that, so it's kind of safe for you to kind of lean into it a little bit, kind of be just a little vulnerable, I guess, is what it comes down to. That's a good thing, man.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yes, on to Special Forces. So we've there, like I said, my first deployment was like shortly after I got to the unit. They were already deployed, so I met my team downrange. It was a short deployment for me, probably like 3.5, 4 months out of the normal 6 that we do. That was actually a longer deployment for the team. I think it was about 8 to 9. And they had been done a lot of fighting in the South. And by the time I get there, they were moved up north. So
you were in Afghanistan?
Yep, in Afghanistan. So it was good a good break-in, right? To like get to meet them, to go do stuff with them, build a relationship with them, right? And earn my keep, if you will.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and kind of work through some of that together. And then because the team had also lost the warrant officer on that team throughout that deployment too. So we got another one in that. It's very unique because we were able to get somebody that was on the team prior back into the team. But that's how that kind of all worked out. Yeah.
Okay.
The first, like in there, we came back. That was like the first time. I know we haven't talked too much about it just now today, but in the past we've kind of talked about like how we compartmentalize things, right? And in some of all that stuff, there was guys that I had lost in the greater war on terrorism of that, like close friends, right? Some of which went through OTC with me, that were with that unit, that when they got roughed up pretty bad, and like there's some other people too. Like, so as we went to go pay our respects to the warrant officer that was buried in Arlington, I also saw, that was the first time my wife really saw me like bawling, crying, right? I hadn't even cried at our wedding or any of that stuff. She always harass me of that too. She's like, I like to see you cry because you didn't even cry when the kids were born, any of that stuff. I'm like, but I think the most time that I feel vulnerable now is like, or is like when God's really moving, I know, because like I'll start to tear up or feel emotional. Mm-hmm. And she's like, yeah, you got to stop that. But I'm like, hey, babe, it's not me, it's him. But I've been working, But going back to, like, that was the first time she saw me. Like, I turned around after we had done, and 2 of my good friends, one of which went through OTC, was buried in like plots 2 behind the other one, or the one that we're at. And I didn't see it till afterwards. And it was just I'm like, holy cow, here we go. Waterworks of things that come out, right, that afterwards. And we got to learn to not do that as men, right? To not bury them in high. Like, we're designed that way to deal with things like right up front, but then often we just leave them buried. We don't readdress them either with our wife or with other brothers, right? Or a Paul or somebody that it's in our life that we can go open them up, and let alone the fact that the person that we should do it the most with, or entity we do, like, is God, right? Like, say, hey, God, I give this to you. Help me through this, work through this. But he works most often through the community. So that was my first, like, kind of opening up some doors in front of my wife a little bit about that. Right? And with the team, which was kind of good, because they were working through stuff too with the guy that they had lost. So, yeah.
So you were at a funeral, and then you just happened to notice that one of your other buddies is also buried just right over there.
Yeah. So It actually wasn't even at the funeral. We had visited the graveside. This was after, okay, because they didn't get the chance to go to the funeral. He was buried at Arlington while they were still downrange, right? So, so that was their like the plan. It was a planned team trip. We were going to go up there. We visited. We did other stuff together too, but we visited, him at Arlington. That's when I saw those other 2. Yeah, it was a God thing, right? Like, it was just like, waterworks, all of that stuff. So, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So that was a casualty you took on that first deployment.
Yep. Yeah.
Was that your side? Was that Nick Robertson?
No, that
okay.
was after that. Like that was the first one was with the warrant officer that was there.
I'm sorry you said that.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then next trip was that next trip, right? I think. It's with Gardez, I think. Yeah. Yeah. That was the next trip was with Nick. Yeah, when we lost Nick. So we were going through, like I said, the team sergeant wasn't there that day, so I was the acting team sergeant. Yeah, it was a rough day.
Yeah.
The Nick we went up into this valley. It was super quiet. Like all the men were gone except for one, right? And we're like, all right, something's not right. We're gonna go up in a little further. And we turn around as we're coming back. That's when they engage, and I'm pretty sure it was a sniper. But like Nick got hit right above the temple right here. Didn't come out the backside. So I pull him out of the back of the truck. We're in the middle of a firefight, and I tube him. Like I had to crike him actually. So I was behind a tire, and then kept him alive as long as we could. Like I said, he was alive. We put him on the helicopter, but I knew he wasn't in good shape. His parents actually got a chance to officially say, hey, yeah, go ahead and remove him off of life support. But he was brain dead by the time that they got a chance to see him in Germany. But yeah, that was not a easy time there. But yeah.
So they missed his Kevlar. Just
yeah, he had his Kevlar on, and it went right underneath.
Oh wow!
And so it was like right about there, right? So you gotta get your Kevlar sitting right here.
Yeah.
And glasses on. It went through like right there.
Man.
Yeah. It was funny because they were asking like, oh, that whole same thing. Like, oh, was he wearing Kevlar? I'm like, yes, he didn't do anything wrong, as they're coming in to do that. But yeah, that was a very sobering moment. For the team, for everybody there.
And that being the first time that you lost somebody that you were working on.
Yeah. Yeah. Which was hard, right? And you compartmentalize that too. And that took years later for that to come, to truly be totally all released and like, all right, God, got a chance to go back to his graveside after that was all done. A friend of mine I went to New York, and a friend of mine flew me over to Maine where he was buried, which thank God, because it was a 3-hour flight versus a 12-hour drive, just to get there, right? So that went well. I didn't get a chance to see his parents. I saw friends and things like that. I reached out to his parents. Still got a chance to see them yet, but I think they're in Florida now. But yeah, that was a little bit of working through that process, and then finishing it up. Really was just like later on, years later, sitting on my neighbor's doorstep. Some alcohol was involved with some of that too, but things are just flowing out. And it's like, yeah, man, like I said, just kind of. But that was the release, and then now just giving all that to God. Like, hey, this isn't. I'm not in control. I never can be anyway. Like, I had a really good doc that would remind us, like, hey, there's like probably a third of the people that are going to live no matter what you do. A third of the people are going to die no matter what you do. And there's a third that you have the opportunity to try and work on and save, right? But ultimately, like, that's all God's call, not mine. I just can do what I'm supposed to do, like, in that point. Because I think doctors often, that's another thing, like, or just medical personnel, like, oh, I know more than you, right? I know what's better. Another pride point, or can be, right? So, yeah.
So that's actually something that you alluded to earlier. In that incident, there was obviously they're going to look into it. You lost somebody.
Yeah.
But was it the group surgeon?
Yep.
Had your back.
Oh yeah.
Because they knew that you were a solid medic.
Yep.
Act with integrity and so that's
It was funny because like one of the doctor that was on call at Kandahar, where he had flown into, and actually no, it was in Salerno first. They were like, oh yeah, why they were wondering why we criked him and didn't do like a rapid sequence intubation. I'm like, dude, like, first of all, I don't carry all the drugs to do that stuff. Like, I do, but it would take longer. And actually to try and to intubate somebody while in a fire, like, it's not easy to intubate somebody, period. Like that dead student or that I pushed out of the way, like he wasn't because it's not still not an easy thing to do, period. Right. Like, see, he wasn't because he probably wasn't bad. Like, it's just not easy. And then you do that. I would have been doing it on the ground, we have everybody raised up to our level, all that stuff. We'll do that on the ground or in the middle of a firefight, which was what I was doing, right? I did that all behind a tire, like to make sure that he was safe while I was taking care of him, So like, hey, the fastest way to get him an airway was to go put a hole in his throat, so I can go, crike him. So they definitely were like, no, man, because sometimes those docs don't even think, right? They're like, hey, they come in like, oh, I'm a doctor. Like, this is I'm like, that works great when you're in a hospital setting, it doesn't work so much when you're in a battlefield. But.
Yeah. Context matters.
Yeah.
So was he, I'm assuming he was just unresponsive right away or
no, not right away. So he was actually kind of a little bit of combative and then started to get sick. So he knew he wasn't completely, he went down quickly. Right. But, it's weird, right? Because you think like somebody gets shot in the head, like, okay, he's going to like, boom. He wasn't right away. Like he was still, like he was grabbing at things and then started to get sick. So I rolled him aside and like, hey man, like, Nate, you just stay still. You're going to feel a pinch on your throat. And then that was probably about the last time he was truly trying to move around, right? Like on his own. There was some, some posturing that happened later on as I knew that there wasn't much we could do as there's pressure building up in that head, like that I couldn't prevent, so.
Did he say anything?
Not really that I recall, I mean, he may have, but no.
It wouldn't have been like a coherent phrase. It just,
I remember him kind of moaning like when it all happened. So that was the last thing there, but yeah, super, super smart dude. Like I said, it was his last thing he was going to do before he went home was when he decided to go on this trip or on this mission. So, yeah.
So he took it for somebody else, correct?
Yeah.
Man,
and that someone else felt really bad too because they were injured, right? They couldn't go. They wanted to go, right? So then they took that really bad for a while too.
I bet.
Yeah.
Man, it's such a common story too. Like, not even supposed to be operational at this point. You're going home. Mm-hmm. You're kind of on your rip or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in for one last one. Should be quick, and then that's it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sad.
Well,
okay, so you kind of tuck that away.
Mm-hmm.
Finish out the deployment. Come home. Yeah. What happens? What happens there after that?
During that deployment is when Lily got born too, or was born too. She was actually born before that. I got a chance to go home.
Okay.
And then came back, and then Nick was toward the end of the deployment when that happened. It was in April, but Lily was born at the end of December, right? So I came home for that. Went back there, then came home, and we had a little bit of downtime. We're still working through there. I think we had one more deployment. They kind of all blend together, right?
Yeah.
So I got because I was invited to go back to OTC again, and I ended up taking that opportunity. I was trying to remember if it was that after that trip or the next one.
So there was some stuff in one of those deployments. That definitely want to get to where the Holy Spirit literally saved your life. Was that same trip or was that a different?
No, that was another trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think actually I got done that trip. We had some downtime, and I got the chance to go back to OTC and did so. During that time, Emma was being so. Because we had about a year off, a year and a half of like between deployments.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So I got a chance to go to OTC. If I remember right, yeah. And then because that's right about then is when Emma was born too. And while I was going through OTC, Emma was born. Actually, no. It's all blended together now. I have to go back. So it was before that. We were doing some training, came home, and I went to bed because I had a little bit of a fever. I wasn't feeling good. I had been sleeping for about 15 minutes. My wife's like, "Hey, honey, my water broke." So, Emma was born that night, about 5 hours later. So yeah, she was because she was born. Then I got a chance to go back to OTC, and while I was at OTC, or like as soon as I sat down and to go meet the S&T sergeant major, I knew I wasn't going to be going through because that same one of the instructors that was voted no, like, hey, he needs to go get more time, was that instructor there. And I knew. I'm like, well, I'm going to try and get through as much as I can. I got invited to go back again a third time, but I never went back. But it was still good. But it was another humiliating yet, it was very uniquely different, right, too, because I was allowed to go back to third group and go back to my same team. So it was really weird, right? Like, because they were supposed to, like, the team leader at the time was supposed to write an award for me to leave. Never did that, you know. So you're like, oh, well, he's back now. I don't have to write one, that kind of stuff. So I'm like, oh, thanks. 'Cause we're horrible about, especially in special forces, about rewarding our guys for the things that they've done, right? We're like, oh, that's what we're supposed to do. We just like, and part of that's too, like we don't look for the recognition of the award, but I think that we need to do that more often. Like we should do that in our lives, right? Like honor people when they, especially like people that work with us and that are our subordinates, or that are like that we lead, right? And whether that be like from like, hey, look at what this guy's been doing, like, or the work that he's done in the kingdom, or like if he's an employee, right? Or like, hey, look at honor them. I think it's how we grow. And it also teaches them to properly deal with honor, like how it's honored, right? And as a leader, right, I should recognize the fact like, hey, I'm not doing this on my own, but I do this only because we're successful because of the team or the people that I'm with, right? The same way I'm most successful because of the fact that I recognize that, hey, God is in control. God is the one that's given me these things, but also God has given me the people that I work with, right? Like, and the people that are helping lead or helping put together this team. And that will come into play. Like definitely comes into play with everything that we do. But yeah, I got a chance to go back to the same team, which was good. And still stay with them. Went for another deployment. This is the one where, like I said, we had a new team leader now. But this is the one where, like, there's a couple times where a guy was like, hey, no. Whereas one time we were out and moving around, and we knew there was an IED in the area. The guys were kind of trying to look for it. And he's like, hey, sit down right here on this rock. Said that thing's about to go off. And because I was going to walk over there. And sure enough, boom. They were both Afghans, but like one was our source, and that was like kind of like he was leading a bunch of dudes, so he's like well known in the area. They were actually the Taliban that were in the area were trying, like they were when they found out that he was the one that was killed, they were all celebrating because they've been trying to kill this dude forever, because he was working with like 2 teams before us and very successful in the area because of what the things that he had been providing, right, and taking care of. So with that, like I said, he gets blown way over. Other guy run up, I pick him up. I'm like looking through his head, which is, people are like, how do you deal with that? I'm like, hey, I think I was able to deal with that because, like I said, God had given me that ability. He was still there. I relied on him, even though maybe not the whole time or as surrendered as much as I should have been. I still think that he has been blessed. He has blessed me with the ability to process that in a manner that I haven't to deal with, like PTSD and all that stuff. I just didn't deal with it. Right, not because I didn't want to, but I think it's because of the fact that he was there to help with all of those things, right? Whether I recognized it or not, right? But in that, like I said, there was very much a clear aspect of going, and then so we dealt with him, and then in that same area later on, we went back in to go do some stuff, and we're clearly, like, it wasn't like a voice of a presence of like. There was clear, like, hey, go behind this building, right? Go this way. So I went that way. And because of that, Like there's an IED that the vehicle rolled over the IED, and I would have been walking right next to that vehicle, so I probably wouldn't be here today, or I would definitely have been hurting. Yeah. So like definitely those are things that God took care of us. There was another one which wasn't like, hey, he actually, I would argue that my driver's desire to smoke the cigarette at that point and slow down just enough, that was a God thing, right? Because of the fact like they were trying to time it. We're on a mountain pass. We're just at the top. Everybody else has passed over, right? And they timed it wrong because he slowed down to light a cigarette. An ID goes off in front of us, right? Like over and over again, things like that, like rounds bouncing around, like should have been tearing us up, like all around us, over and over again. Like God is like, he still was looking out, right? When the Holy Spirit was still speaking, even though I wasn't necessarily fully surrendered to him by any means, not even close to like who I am now. So yeah.
just to clarify for anyone who doesn't know kind of the story, in case it wasn't clear, what you're talking about is a couple of specific instances where you hear the Holy Spirit. You're on patrol for I guess both of them, right?
Yep.
And then you just kind of hear that small voice of the Holy Spirit says, "Hey, sit down on the rock."
Yeah.
You abide, and you are still here today because of that. And the same with that patrol around. You know, you just get that voice that says, "Hey, go around the other side of this building."
Yeah.
Where had you not done that, again, you probably wouldn't be, because the guy who actually was where you were, he didn't make it, right?
No.
So yeah, good. If I were a betting man, I would say you probably wouldn't be here.
Yep. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a testament to God, right? Because he's always looking out for us if we're listening. All of those things, like yes, we have, our days are numbered, right? And when that time's up, that time's up. But I know that he orchestrates everything together. And if we listen, whether we're listening clearly, like fully, it's a different story, right? But whether we listen because I heard, someone speak something to me, like, and they just like clicked, because God opened up my eyes for a minute to see that thing, or just that still small voice of like, hey, go this way, right? And in both instances, God is still looking out for us. He's still trying to speak to us, and guide us, even though we may not be fully surrendered. Israel, throughout the 40 years, when he was right there the whole time, they were still worshiping other gods while they were following him in the desert, right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And God was still like, hey, I'm still going to provide for you. I'm going to give you going to give you manna. I'm going to give you quail when you were complaining about the manna. And, I'm going to provide this water, and I'm going to lead you here, and I'm going to protect you from all these enemies and all that stuff. All the while, they still had other gods that they were still worshiping, completely against what he just said. I'm like, hey, there will be no other gods before me. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's
like
wild.
He still cares about us enough, like to say, like, I'm giving you the opportunity. Just follow me. Just follow me. I care about you. Like from the beginning of time, like sometimes you're like, oh, well, we're plan B because Adam messed up in the garden. Like, no, God already had the plan that Jesus would come. That was plan A. Like, hey, I want to, like, he saw it all, right? He knew it was going to happen, but he still created us anyway. He still created Adam anyway. He still loved us anyway. He's still going to give us a way to go back to him, like the same way. So I think when we listen, even sometimes we don't know exactly what that voice is. Eventually he's going to, like, he's got plans for us, and his plans weren't up yet. And here I am today talking to you about it. So
he's definitely got plans for you. I'll for context, I'll cut in. We have a picture of that, that second event.
Yeah.
You can see that vehicle on fire in the background, and the other medic working on the dude who is where you would have been. Is that correct? Yeah. See. Yeah, we'll put that up so people can kind of see kind of the reality of it, because it's one thing to hear it and be like, oh, that's pretty neat. It's another thing to see it, you know.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild, man.
Yeah.
But it makes a lot of sense though, seeing what you're moving into now.
Yeah.
You know, what he definitely he was growing you, he was shaping you, building you into a real leader, a real, just an example of, like I said at the very beginning, what right looks like. So I'm saying nice stuff again. So
it's all because of him, man. It's not me. Like the only thing about us that we can do, like you said, we both said it, is just the surrender part, right? That's what we're called to do, and he does the rest. It's just like, hey, I'm here, I'm willing, I'll listen to what you tell me to do, but he's the one that does it. He just wants us to have faith in him. So, yeah, cool. So onward.
Yeah. So you went through OTC a second time. You mentioned before, you think it was still arrogance that kind of kept you from.
Oh yeah.
So, but did you mean arrogance in that moment, or arrogance from the first time you went through and that the Sergeant Major?
I think it was both.
Okay.
I think it was both, man. I really do. I think that there was some things that I recognized. So I'm like, okay, part of that. And later on down the road, like I get to meet some of the guys that I went through in other courses and things that that guys that made it through my first OTC, and they're like, dude, you shot it. Like, even though there was the arrogance thing, like God used all of that, right? But like so some of the key players, if you will, or instructors that didn't want me there, they're like, man, this guy was so messed up about that, you know. You should have been there, right? But I was still arguing like, hey, no, that was God, right? But back to like even going through the second time through, I think I was aware of my ability to be portrayed, or to portray arrogance or portray confidence as arrogance. And I was trying not to, but I still think that there was twofold. Like there was pride that was there, right? There was some like from before, like, hey, this Sergeant Major knew, you know, like, oh yeah, he wasn't good the first time, I'm not going to. But like thinking back on that also, I'm like, well, he probably knew the first time and still was willing to let me come in the second time. So, you know, there probably wasn't as much of that in there, except for when he's like, he got to see from other people like, oh yeah, he's still arrogant. Okay, cool. Get rid, you know, he's not going to finish. Right. But, I still think that there was stuff that God had to work on. Right. And still continued all the way through. I would argue that didn't truly get broken until he brought me to a point where he was giving me opportunities to be broken enough to say, hey, I surrender to you too now. But we mentioned it before, like we have to come to a place where we totally need him before I can't rely on myself anymore, or I realize that I can't rely on myself anymore. Where there, I was like, okay, even though I didn't make it, I went back to the same team. Like I didn't have as rough of a go as it could have been, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, okay, I weathered this storm. I'm back into what's comfortable. I can still, you know, keep operating the way I was operating before. So once again, like the significance of that still didn't hit home as much as it could have at the time, right? So I would say, yeah, that it was arrogance on my part, right? Pride on my part.
But he used that to teach you, but gently.
Yeah, to gently do that, like I said, and I think it still allowed me to keep going, right? Like 100% agree. Because then, like I said, even later on, did free fall school. I'd already done free fall school, but like I said, was able to go to jump master course and all these things. And I was going to leave at that point. I wanted to pursue some other things that some other parts of special activities that I hadn't got a chance to do yet. Right. We had some special teams that were designed toward like, doing human type things and all that. So I was going to go to one of the rat teams at the time. So that was one of the things I like to do. I was already kind of getting involved with my warrant officer before. So I was helping out with some of that stuff on the side. I was really good at it. It was one of those things that I think what we referred back to earlier about like the bartending helped with that. Also, I think there was just that thing like God has given the ability of that blessing or that anointing, if you will, of people being willing to open up and talk to me.
For very one helpful in that world.
Yes, very helpful. Or just being approachable, which is weird, right? Because there's still the arrogance part of that. Like, it was once again, the dichotomy of life of like, oh, people talk to me. So, okay, we're good to go. Right. And they always did, even through like then, like, so it wasn't like, oh, Jason's over here. Right. So that was just, but God was doing these things, setting them up so that he could develop me, change me, bring me to the point when I needed to be so that I could be surrendered to him. Right. And I could still use all these talents. Like I said, he's a sovereign God, which is so awesome. Of like, hey, he painted this picture of like, hey, I know he's going to go this way. So I'll put this in place to go here. Still putting all these other things to train him to what he's going to have to use for later on, for me. And he does that for everybody, not just me. So in all of that, like I said, I kind of was getting ready to go. Last thing I was going to do with my team was we were doing a free fall trip. And then after that, I was going to come back, and I was supposed to go to this other team. And I get back in the office the next, that there was another team that I really probably didn't want to go to. They had a new team starting in. They had one 18 Delta at the time, and he didn't want to go on the trip. There were some things he self-identified. I knew that he had some issues with some ketamine and stuff that you can get on the market. It's pretty easy, right? So they were able to take care of all that stuff. So he self-identified with that. So he basically moved him off the team. And they didn't have an 18 Delta. Well, I'm an 18 Delta leaving one team, going to go to another. Like, well, we don't necessarily need an 18 Delta on the rat team. So I got moved to this team and didn't know it. And then someone came and told me before the sergeant major even could.
Okay.
So that was kind of a big kick in the nuts, if you will. Like, oh, great. It's like, okay. So I was like, hey, I talked to the team sergeant, and I'm like, listen, all right. Let me just take the weekend off. He knew this isn't where I wanted to be. But I told him, like, hey, I'll be here. I'm gonna do, and I started to look at other opportunities, right? So I'd already been thinking about going to free fall school anyway. But God opened up a door so for us to kind of work all that stuff out. I went home for Thanksgiving, came back, and like, all right, let's go start training, all that stuff. In the meantime, I was able to find, there was an 18 Delta in what was the 4th Battalion as it was. It was just another battalion that had been stood up that was supposed to go to, I had a free fall slot or a free fall instructor slot, but he hadn't been to jump master school yet. And didn't even have enough jumps to go to jump master school yet. So like, hey, how about and he needed to stay in North Carolina because his mom had just been diagnosed with cancer when she lived here. So once again, this is a God orchestrated thing for everybody, not just me.
Yeah.
Right. So we find out about all this stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's go talk to the sergeant major. He needs to be able to come over here. I'll take his slot, but he needs to be able to come over to the team. So we have 2 18 Deltas for most of the trip. I'll leave early and then go get back, move my family out to Arizona. And then, I'll go do some time off because I was done with running around and all these other deployments and things. Like, hey, you're not going to give me what I want. I want to go take a break, and he was able to stay at the team that he wanted and be able to stay in North Carolina and not have to go try and move his mom or any of that stuff who was getting treatment here. Right. So that was a God thing, right? In there, like I said, God also was protecting us from other things too, because like we're out there right on the border. This is in Chum County. Like we were getting rocketed a lot and all that stuff. So in fact, I remember one day, this rocket landed like right next to the fuel point, like, which is right next to like on the other side of a wall from my med shed, which I was staying in. So it's like, all right, God. But yeah,
another example, like we were talking about earlier, of how God likes to, well, I guess I shouldn't say likes to, because I don't pretend to understand, but God tends to solve several issues with one very simple solution.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know what? Just you go out there. How about that?
Yep.
Better for you, better for this guy, better for both families, better for so many people's lives are affected positively by that one little tweak.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so cool to see, man. I love seeing stuff like that.
It's kind of, in all of that, so I got a chance to come back. During that trip, we had already planned. We already been setting the house up, so we already knew that I was gonna to come back early to so we can move out there. So we were able to sell it. God lined stuff up. We sold the house. This is right at the same time when, like, right about this the fall, right after the fall of, like, everything had crashed, right? So we still were able to sell our house and make a profit on it, at a decent price, right? So then left, and this is because I went out there in 2012, so stuff was still building back up, not too bad at that point, or 2011 rather. And we moved out there right before Christmas, or right before Thanksgiving rather. Yeah, right about that time frame. Yeah, and went to kind of got plugged in, and then was waiting to go to the instructor course, which started in this January. So I went through. Was able to go to their advanced, the ADIC, what they call it there. So it's advanced infiltration course, which is basically you do high altitude releases, and you're flying like based off of like GPS. You don't even have to spot or get good at that. And then a lot of hey-hos, so high altitude openings, flying to an unknown unmarked drop zone, and all that. The very last jump that we followed in a bundle. The bundle decided it was going to land with the wind instead of into the wind, which is not necessarily good for us, right?
Sure.
Speeds you up, right? Because you're already moving under a canopy that's moving about 18 to 20 knots to begin with, in whatever direction. Then you go with the wind behind you, you get speeding up pretty quick. So we kind of, and it's at night under knots too. So we see that the canopy, or the last second, right, that after it hits the ground and we're already on final, that it went with the wind, because you can see how the parachute lands. So we try to call that out over the radio and try to adjust a little bit, but you're married to that at that point, because you don't know where everyone's at. Even in the stack, if we turn, I might end up running into somebody, and I don't want to kill myself or somebody else in the meantime, right? So as I land, I slam into the ground. My nods come off my helmet and smash into my mouth, and busted all these teeth up. They're nice and pretty now. Right? So busted those all up. And my mouth's all swollen, all that stuff. Can't even talk. And yeah, that was my first Christmas out there.
Oh, wow. That's pretty gnarly, man.
Yeah. But it was kind of cool too, because like out of all the people as these finally getting fixed, this was actually a Marine dentist that fixed them. He was really good. He was a new dentist too, and he did a great job. In fact, they haven't come out ever since, and this is now 13, 14 years later. Yeah, so it's been pretty good. But in all of that, I go to the instructor course, right? And I didn't make it through the instructor course the first time. There was things things weren't clicking fast enough. Like I knew I could tell you what I did wrong, like, and they'd be like, "Well, why did you do it then?" I'm like, "Well, because I wasn't thinking there." I'm like, yeah. So it just took longer, because you have to fly your body really well. You got to make split-second decisions, and so that was a breakdown of the arrogance thing, of the pride thing. Like, hey, man, you're not as good as you think you are, right? Because I did pretty well at flying. Like, I was flying better than most of the people on my team, or that I knew. But now I'm out here once again in a pot of, a lot of big fish in a small barrel again, right? So in all of that stuff, like I said, I got really good at flying, which is good, because God used that later on. Like, I was able to jump a lot more and get plugged into things out there. But yeah, God even used some of that other stuff later on too, because like as I was getting done the second time around, I was supposed to go take be one of the debt leaders out there, and the course instructor, like the overall head NCOIC, was like, nope, I don't want him to do it, right? And puts another guy that didn't outrank me. Like, we were the same rank, but he was newer. It's like, oh, I know him. He's been here a little bit longer. We're gonna just put him there, and all of these things. So at this point, I've already been an E7 for quite a long time. Been passed up for promotions here and there. as I was going through, like, so I was trying to like, yeah, let's keep going. So it was another humbling thing in there. It wasn't super frustrating at that point because I was still a new. To me, I was like, hey, cool, I get to be an instructor, and that's just work on me and the students that I have, right? But it was also great because God taught me how to relate to different people, like through having to teach different people different ways, right? The same thing, but get somebody that's big and strong to try and teach them, like, hey, you don't fight the air, you relax in the air, and then do this, So it was a lot of humbling time, but a lot of family time, and it was still good and growing time. Even though I still wasn't like chasing after God still at this point. Like I said, he was there, but he wasn't like number one. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So kind of steady state as far as your faith goes, kind of where you have been for kind of your time at group. Just kind of, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of rounding out your time in DOD proper, right?
Almost. So when I was getting ready to come back, so we got a chance to talk to, because General Cleveland and Sergeant Major Baker at the time had come out because they were just checking out stuff that we were getting ready to do and some things that we're working on for growing the free fall program and all that stuff. And they were out there and they had a little sensing session, and they were like, General Baker wanted to see, like, because someone else asked for me, like, hey, this person has had all these things, right? And they're not getting promoted. Why? Right. And he's like, well, let me see. Like, so I actually got a chance to talk with him personally. I'm like, all this stuff, and lay some stuff out. And like, yeah, here's all my stuff. And he's like, you should be promoted. I don't know why you're not, I'm like, I know why now. That was all God. Right. But at the time, so I'm like, okay, cool. But we were able to, they were getting ready to push, an extension kind of deal for we had to stay out there longer, but it was getting close to that time for the 3-year mark, so I can move my family back, right? So I was like, hey, I'll stay out here and finish out the time. Let me my family go back, because I moved at like a weird time to report. So I wanted to get my family back, and we were waiting on orders. They weren't cutting my orders. And I was like, hey, I need these orders cut so my family can move back, so we can buy the house, all of the things, so they can be back there, so kids can be in school. I'll just live out here till the end of the thing, till the end of the, my time. And I got a chance to go back early. They're like, oh, Sergeant Major asked Sergeant Major. And they go, oh yeah, cool. Orders were there like the next 2 days, and we were able to all go back at the same time, which is great. And I one of the things I wanted to do, I was able to continue to do, chase. At that time, 4th Battalion had shifted over from a regular line battalion to be a special activities battalion. So that's where I got a chance to go first to a JED team, and then start practicing some of those skills and things that I started to get a chance to do, but they never really get to pursue because I was moved to a different team, and then eventually take a team and then lead and do some things in different countries, Sudan, Afghanistan, Sudan, Libya, a few other places, and that too. Run into.
Okay, and you also did some singleton stuff there too.
Yeah, that's what I was doing there. Yeah,
okay,
yeah, which is kind of cool, right? Because as a JED team, you can either break apart, right? You have to be able to do like singleton stuff, and then still also be that in between the singleton, a small team that goes and preps your forces that you're going to go marry up with to an ODA, and then be able to go do that, right? So that's what we were doing, right? So, but my team in particular, we had 3 good individuals that had some experience of being singletons, and that's what we did. We were actually operating in 3 different countries at any given time. So yeah,
that's pretty cool. Just kind of blow out in your respective directions, and then come back together.
Which is kind of cool, because there was a lot of times of getting to say, all right, okay, God's a little more important now, a little bit more, right? Still not all surrendered yet, but starting to lean that way, right? And my kids were getting older. In school still, and that's actually when, at the end of one of those deployments, my youngest daughters, that's why I decided, I was like, time to be done, because I was gone so much, like in doing that, I came back to a really high tempo, where basically I was home in the States for 6 months, not home the whole time, doing deployments and like inside the States, doing stuff there. right? And then gone for 6 months outside of the country. So that affected my youngest daughter's schoolwork like really bad. So by the time she was in third grade, at the end of the third grade, she was taking her reading skill stuff and was not passing that. So they wanted to put her in a summer school, and I'm like, yeah, that's good. Put her in a summer school, and we kind of set her up like they'd recognizing she was learning slower than should be, so there was like a learning disability she was diagnosed with. But what was really cool was like I was like, no, I'm done, right? Like they're more important. I know why her schoolwork's not the way it is because I'm gone. I wasn't there. And it helps out my wife, all of these things too, right? So I was then able to, because of the fact that I was past 20 at this point, and they were like, hey, you get to choose, like, because I was really good at what I was doing in that time while I was there, which is just all God too, because I wouldn't have been able to decide I was going to retire and put time into my daughter, which we'll get to in a minute, because I want to say the testimony of, hey, what it's important to pour into your kids. But during that time that I was back, my last time that I was there at 4th Battalion, I was getting passed over. So I was a team sergeant. I was rated number 1 out of 6 team sergeants, all of which were E8s except for me. I was rated number 1 in the new process of which they like, hey, we have to rate them 1 to 6 and say like get the gold, or like this, hey, this guy should get promoted. Well, I even got that. Hey, this guy needs to get promoted right now. The number 1 gets promoted, right? That didn't happen. And my sergeant major at the time was like, I don't even know how like this should have happened, right? So, and he came from over to from the unit that I was at, right? And he's like, hey man, you're the right guy. Like I usually don't say this, but you are the right guy, because I wanted to go. I'm like, well, they're not promoting me. They're going to make me move out of the team sergeant position here shortly because of the fact that I have too much team sergeant time already. So why don't I just go throw my packet to be a warrant, right? And he's like, I usually don't support that, but I will right here because of the fact like, hey, yes, you need to be able to give back. Because I got one of my deployments, I got a chance to make a decision like, hey, like I was informing the group commander, like, hey, this is what we need to do here, and that kind of stuff, right? For things that were going on and doing. But that came to a point where I was like, hey, great. As I was doing all of this stuff to get it all ready to go, they actually used my packet as an example for other people in the battalion to follow. Like, hey, set it up like this. You're good to go.
Theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically, right? Like, but what was messed up was like, as I was getting ready to go see the group warrant officer, one of my former team leaders, for whatever, and who knows, I don't understand why, but I know, except for the fact that I know it was all God. He rated me, like he was rating me in 1s, 1. Right? So that's like excellence, right? So the highest you can get on your NCOER. And the group commander happened to mention like, oh yeah, so-and-so, he was on our team with you. Like, what do you think of him? And he's like, oh, he was insubordinate. And everyone was taken aback by that. Like, as far as my battalion commander that I had at the time, the sergeant major that was like, yeah, yes, you need to become a warrant officer. The battalion warrant officer, who was the team warrant officer at the time, with all 3 of us were there. He's like, I've never, ever seen that. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. So in all of that, said it was basically like, hey, we had to put a halt on this because the group warrant officer was like, yeah, no, because of what he said, I'm not going to approve this packet. So we're going to have to wait him out. Then I went to my last deployment, right? And then my daughter, now where you come back up to where my daughter's schoolwork is. So had that all happened and they said yes, I wouldn't have been able to step away and pour into my daughter. And right. So once again, this is all God thing. But in the meantime, like he was doing multiple things at once, taking care of the things that he knew was coming for my daughter and that I needed to do, but also it was crushing my pride even more for those things like, hey, because I like knew like, hey, why am I not getting promoted? I am doing all the things right. I am the poster boy for who should be a warrant officer, right? All of these things, or so I thought at the time, right? But the guy's like, no.
That may be the case, but that's not what I got for you.
Exactly. And even in doing so, he was still like, hey, you need to rely on me. You need to rely on me, not what your plans are. Like, your plans are down here, man. My ways are so much higher, right? So in that, right, I said I got a chance to kind of choose and build my how I wanted to retire. I was able to find a lot of stuff, like I work alongside the company that I was going to get a job with, right? So once again, I was lining this up. So I was working alongside the company that was it was like borrowed green suitor power, because it was actually a company that was contracting with USASOC, actually with First Special Forces Command, in the G3, right, developing training and all that stuff. So we were running exercises. So I was able to be borrowed manpower. So I was able to deploy with them. Like, instead of inside of the country, you can travel all you want. They'll pay for that stuff, like from an apprenticeship, like from the rules that go along with that. But you can't travel outside the country. I was able to do that and go support military exercises, basically doing the same thing, but because I was a green suitor to green suitor manpower borrowed thing. So I got a chance to go do that, which I never would have got a chance to do otherwise. And in doing that, really developed some abilities for me to, one, work on building all these other things out, things that I would need later on, for where God ended up moving me to, right? As far as like, hey, developing training plans and all these things, a little better anyway. So I get back, we get like in right before I'm supposed to retire, like final, or at least going on my final leave, sign on a leave. And the company program manager that was there decided he was going to hire, like they were holding my spot, but they ended up giving it to somebody else. One of his buddies he was a colonel, they were a colonel, retired, that kind of stuff. Which that guy only stayed for a little bit, but they created another position for me eventually. But at that point I was like, nope, but that's what the breaking point was for me. And I'm like, hey, God, I don't know what I'm going to do, because I have lined everything up now. I'm on my way out the door. Military, I didn't know, like, yes, I'm going to have this retirement, but it's not enough to live on.
Sure.
I didn't know what it is. Like, I didn't know what I was getting for VA benefits, all of that stuff. Like, I expected maybe like 70% or something, if I was lucky. And I'm like, oh, well, God, it just had this job that was lined up that was almost, and just gone like that, right? So I'm like, okay, God, I surrender to you. Like, I have to. Like, and he really brought me to Matthew 6:33. Like, seek first the kingdom and my righteousness, and everything else doesn't matter, but I'm going to provide it for you. Like, because all the rest of it doesn't matter, right? And when I did that, I truly began to surrender. Like, all right, God, this is all yours. Like, I can't provide for my family unless you give it to me. I got to take care of my family. It's not mine. It's yours. So how do I do that? And that was a process of really, I began to truly like have a relationship, a real relationship with him. Right. And then begin to just like, okay, very quickly, he opened up a door for another job, which is where I was able to work for JSOC, first as a contractor, then later on as a GS, which was things that were lining up. As we're going along, my daughter's doing much better in school and all that stuff is going on that way. They wanted to like hold her back, even though she had passed the third grade stuff. And I was like, no. She just needs your dad home. If you hold her back now, like, yes, she'll be ahead of her peers, like from a knowledge standpoint, but she will be emotionally wrecked. So I'm like, no, keep her going. And we'll work with her. And in all that stuff, we were doing that stuff. She was doing better and better and better. And by the time that she went into or finished the 9th grade, she was ranked number 1 out of like 500 I think 74, 75 kids. That's a testament to obeying God, right?
Yeah.
And like, I don't talk about this a lot. I've done one other podcast, and they're like, "Hey, we focused it on family because that's my." The guy knows me really well. He's like, "Hey, that's my downtime. Like, it's my retail. Like, I'm a family guy. Like, always have been. Like, no, I'm gonna do stuff because my family matters first. You've heard me talk about it a little bit, like my relationship with God, our relationship with my wife, because she's one with me, right? So that's who I'm supposed to be. And then my kids right after that. Then any serving, or like the job rather, a job to provide for those things, whether that be what I'm doing now, which is in some type of, ministry, if you want to call it like ministry, right? Or I'm in the working sector to go provide for my family. Like both are important, right? And then pouring into others, serving God in a serve capacity, in that order, not any other way, right? So that is a huge thing that's always been like important. Like it's even more because that's where discipleship first starts, right? Yeah, first starts in the home. Like I need to be discipled by God. I need to have people there, but my job as a man is to disciple my wife and not lord over her. And that discipling different people, we talked about it a little bit earlier, is different, right? The way I disciple my wife is way different than the way I disciple my kids or other men. And even amongst men, it's completely different. Like one guy I can address things this way, and another is a different way, right? In the same way, like as we were going back to the free fall stuff, like I learned how to articulate things in the same exact thing in a different manner to a different person so that they can both understand how to do something. That was a piece of my learning process for some of the stuff that I'm doing now. So he opened up the door for that stuff, which it really, things began to take off really quickly too, as far as like put on my heart to begin to want to disciple others, or our need for that to happen. Got plugged into the 12th man men's group, which at that time was a nonprofit organization as well. Very quickly was asked to be a part of the leadership, like the board for that. After a little bit of time, which I prayed about, I was like, hey, God kind of brought me there. Said yes. We're helping disciple men. That's what it's all about, right? With there, began to serve on a couple different places in production, right, for a little bit, and then safety, and then dual-hatted that for a little bit, and then moved over to safety solely for a while. And very quickly, in all this time, when all this stuff is going on, God has opened up, like I said, brought me to the job that I was at as a contractor. And he's developing things much more quickly right now. Like I said, he's put in my heart to disciple people. Or just like, hey, we need to do that, right? And began to give me that heart, right? Which we should have that already anyway, right? Because it's a commission. Like he doesn't tell us to do anything else but that. He didn't say like, hey, build churches. He just said go disciple people, right? And I think that's really the crux of what a disciple is. You're not fully a disciple until you're beginning to disciple other people, right? There's in some aspects, right? You don't have to be, okay, I've got 10 disciples underneath me or anything like that. But when you begin to teach people, like, hey, my commandments, or his commandments rather, but yeah.
Yeah, that goes back to the community piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's building the community. It's solidifying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the other stuff is nice. The building, the production, the big LED screen, and the essentially the rock band. And but that ain't. It's nice, but it's not the thing.
Not the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you said that you were led to Matthew 6:33,
mm-hmm.
What do you mean? That did you just like you were reading your Bible, and then you just kind of kept coming back to that, or it just kind of stuck out to you, or because it seems to really be a big turning point.
Oh yeah, it definitely was. I think it was more of, so as I was reading, and it began, like it popped out at me but then part of, as I was preparing, like I was asked to share at 12th Man, just whatever, like got a kind of a testimony, but really it was whatever God had. So I began to pray about, like, God, what is it that you want me to say there? And I was reminded of, like, hey, how I began to, like, some of the things that God had been doing in me, and that I kept coming back to that, which had already stood out. Like, hey, this is what I want you to do. I want you to surrender to me. Seek first the kingdom and my righteousness, and everything else gets taken care of. So I began to share. I began to develop to talk on that, or like began to write on that. And like that just really became a life verse, and still is even now. Of just like, hey man, you have to, because when you seek the kingdom and understand what the kingdom is about, the kingdom is about a king, right? And it's his authority. So it's God's authority that I have to submit to. Like we talked about the definition of submission, right? Like it's giving, like I'm submitting my will to God's. Like I submit to God's will and his authority, no matter what. End of story. Like, hey, my stuff dies or comes in line with his, right? And that's what the kingdom is all about. Like it grows that way, right? That's how people operate, how things happen is under his authority. We talked about it earlier, like all authorities from God, right? Like Paul talks about it in Romans 13. But in there, like I said, sometimes that authority, as we've talked about even throughout this, it doesn't necessarily fit the way that we look at it or we think it's great, but God uses all of it. God used that to correct, to guide, like he did so to both save Israel in Egypt and then also enslave them. And then, but why? Why did he allow that to be enslaved? So that he also could be glorified in the fact that he set them free. And also used later on, like Nebuchadnezzar and Xerxes and all of them to enslave them, but it's really to bring them back to like point of surrender, to like, hey, I'm in charge, right? And in doing so, it also did other things along the way. He used the Roman Empire that way, right? How would the gospel would not have been spread as easily if the Roman Empire hadn't been in place, right? But the Roman Empire is also the same thing that persecuted the church, but it also gave root to the church too, because it was persecuted.
Yeah.
Right.
That persecution solidified the foundation. Yeah. It really caused people to dig in. Like, no, this is real. Yeah. So, come what may. Yep.
And that's, I think everyone's like, oh man, like even now when we talked about like looking at, well, why we're going to be hurting with whether it be Trump or, Biden or whoever, like the thing is, yes, we can pray, we can participate in our government to help, try and shape and mold that and push that in the way it's go. First, by getting on our knees and praying, and then two, by participating when needed, like voting. That's why you have a voice. But at the end of the day, God is the one that puts that individual in place, right? And uses them for the means that he already has. We may not understand it. Mm-hmm. We may not know why. And we're going to talk a little bit more about like, hey, how God used some of that stuff even in where I was at over the 6 years that I was working with JSOC, right? In there, like in all of that stuff, like it started out as a contractor, but then even afterwards, so like why I shifted over, which then allowed other things to happen in my life to grow to where I'm at right now, is because of the things that like he is the one that's in charge, right? And he allows things happen because he has a plan, right? We may not understand it. I mean, God's in charge of everything, right? He's still, it's hard to think about, but hard to conceptualize, but God is still God of hell. He is. Yeah. Because if he's not, then he's not God. Yeah. Right?
That's a good point.
Now, people that are in hell, like, what is hell? Hell is separation from him, but he's still God. He just said, all right, now you now have chosen to stay away from me forever. You chose me to not pick me, right? You may be able to see me, but you're afar off. It's like when that rich man, like he talks about, like rich man Lazarus died, right? Like Lazarus was a poor man sitting next to Father Abraham, and he's like, send him over here to take care of me, to give me this water. He's like, no, this divide is done, son. Like you're where you're at. You chose, and then he's like, well, send him back. He's like, no, your brothers aren't even listening to the prophets that are there. Why would they listen to? Why would I do this to this person that did listen to me? Like they did have a relationship with me, right? It's that same thing of like, hey, he's there. You're gonna see him. That's why there's gonna be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, it's one of the most, like, to me, one of the most kind of powerful, just flat out truths of the Bible is that every knee will bow.
Yeah.
Period. Like it or not. You can make all the little intellectual arguments that you want, which all ultimately fall short, or you wouldn't come to, the conclusion that God isn't real. But regardless, you can feel as good about it as you want. You can be as pompous about it as you want. Yeah. Eventually, your knee will bow too.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Facts are facts.
Yeah. I'm just glad that I knelt before and listened, right? Like he gives us so many opportunities, right? Like I've talked about the fact, like, hey man, I wish I'd done that here, there. Like he gave me the opportunity, but then he still would have had to work through all these other things, right? So he still used all of it, and he still would and continues to do so, is like to draw us closer to him, like to rely on him. Like to say, hey, God, I need you for every single thing that I'm doing. But think about it. We're alive right now. We are speaking because of him. My heart is beating because of him. I can't make it happen on my own. There's nothing I can do. And in breathing, like I may be able to hold my breath, but eventually I'm going to naturally begin to breathe on my own, even if I pass out.
Yep.
Right. I mean, if you look at it that way, like, okay, he's in charge. Let's get in line and submit and let the God of the universe, who wants to bless us beyond all and use us as long as we're submitted to him, to grow his kingdom and become not greater in his kingdom, but to step into the fullness of what he has for us as his children. That's really what we're doing. We're growing in that fullness to eventually become there.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of separation comes from people just not under, and I'm not putting myself above anyone. This absolutely applies to me too, and it certainly has throughout my life. But what you just said there, growing into the fullness of what he has for us as his children. Like a lot of people, I think it's they have a hard time internalizing that he does have something like you matter to God. Mm-hmm. It's easy to say, oh yeah, sure, if God is God, and I believe God is God, then yeah, sure, he loves me like everybody. But no, like he loves you. Mm-hmm. You are his child.
Yeah.
Someone who can be everywhere at every time all at once absolutely has the capacity to single you out and love you as if you're the only child that he has.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he does.
Yep.
And like in Matthew 6:33 is one of my life verses too, because it's just so dead simple. And why wouldn't it be? Mm-hmm. It's for everybody. It has to be dead simple. And that's that's it right there.
Yeah.
Seek the kingdom first and his righteousness.
100%. So many people, they don't realize the fullness of what God has for them as his children. Like you said, like, oh man, they don't really realize that God loves you, right? And also the other part of that is like because of the fact that they don't understand all of that, and they just want to stay like, oh, I just want to be right here. Like there's so much more to grow. Like understanding that growth is not easy, right? So we as humans want to try to find the path of least resistance, which sometimes keeps us right where we're sitting. I haven't moved off of the milk of the gospel and moving into the meat of the gospel, right? Of learning how to digest and tear into that thing on my own, and then synthesize and grow and all that stuff. And we're just still waiting on, like, hey, we're talking about these basic things, That's why people don't grow sometimes, right? And they sit in the same spot. It's a pride thing, because it's like, I don't want to do this hard thing, but I want all of the benefits of what God's got for me,
Yeah, that's that's a slippery slope too, man. It becomes, because it's kind of like compounding interest, right? Like, so on a certain level, you could sort of be excused for not, if you just you're not there yet, you don't understand yet. At a certain point, we're all there. We kind of don't understand the reality of it.
Yeah.
And you can kind of be excused for not, stepping out boldly because you don't understand yet. But once you do, and then you refuse to step out, that's a whole different thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. At that point, Jesus talks about and addresses that. He's like, those that hear the word, but then don't do anything about it. Like those things that you do know, he's going to take away, right? When he's talking about like, hey, you're not using what I've given you. Like I said, you're not even going to have that.
Yeah.
So
and why would you?
Yeah. But thank God he has grace. Yeah. He's slow to take all of that away. Right.
Yeah. He'll pull it back.
Yeah.
Give you another chance.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe give it back.
Yeah.
Maybe redirect you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
100%. But yeah. So it kind of pulls us back into, like I said here, started working, God opened up a door. I was able to step into a really good paying job working with JSOC as a contractor with one of the units that's with them. And then as that was going along, that contract eventually came up for rebid. Another company, we'll just say was able to win it via some less than ethical means, right? But God used all of that stuff too, because in there, like I got back to that space. It's funny that we talk about going to IG, and I just didn't even think about it till just now. Like we talked about how we marched over to IG last time, right? Well, this time around, as I was like, God, what do I do, right? So I go to IG and say like, hey, I know these things. I can't tell my company about what I know because that's insider information for them. But I also know what this other company had done, right? Or some of the things that were just less than ethical, right? Like I said, from an ethics standpoint, like you have to look above board, right? Even when you're dealing with the government, like the government even says that, let alone the fact that God tells us to do that, right? Through, I think it's Peter that talks about that, like being above board, above reproach, right? So in all of that, I'm like, God, what do I do? Do I go slam this button, draw all this attention? Because I know that I'm not going to get the promotion that I'm supposed to be getting, right? Like that my boss had already planned on moving me into, at least from a monetary perspective, right? So I knew someone was going to have to take that plan, like, because they said, hey, we need these managerial positions to exist, right? But we knew that our company was like, hey, in order to do that, you're going to pay, right? Because you already haven't paid our people or increased that in a while, right? Because there was an extension on the contract and all that stuff. But with all of that stuff, God just really said, no, be quiet. And I've got this. And reminded me of like, hey, he raises up kings and tears them down. Like I think it's in Daniel 2, but somewhere in there, like as Daniel was talking about that same thing, dealing with Nebuchadnezzar, right? And for a time, like Nebuchadnezzar went crazy because God sets that all in place and was proving that. But he reminded me of that same thing. So I didn't say anything. And in all of that, the guys on that contract, a lot of the guys that would have been effective, to me at that point, God had already set stuff for me. I was okay. Like I could live on because God had already provided, like between the retirement and getting 100% permanent and total. Like I didn't need to work. However, I was enjoying working, right? And blessed by it. We were able to do all kinds of stuff. And with all of that, like I said, there was people that were working on that contract that needed the job. Like even though because they weren't good stewards with things or whatever life situation they chose to be in, like it brought them to that point. Some of them needed that. Not all of them, but some of them did, right? So in all of that, I was like, okay, if I hit this button, it's going to hurt them, right? Because it'll shut everything down. Bring black eye to the unit. Like it may slow things down, maybe. So he's just like, hey, don't do that. And in obeying him, like that company got, got the award to the contract, and I didn't take any loss, but other people got a reward out of that, right? Some of them were able to get more money than what they were supposed to get from what they had planned on. So, but it also started to drive, for me, actually, I lost a ton of paid time off. It got fixed. So that was the big thing. Like, no, I'm not playing this game. I'm going to start to look for other things. Well, in the meantime, God had used me in there. I was able to do some things that most contractors don't get a chance to do. I won't go into details, but like, it was really kind of cool because I was actually making some decisions and helping guide some of the leaders there, right, with my experience and some of the things that we had done in the past. So with all of that, there was 2 opportunities, one of which was GS-12 position and one was a GS-13 position. GS-13 position was a significant amount more money. I'm trying to think how much it was at the time. Like 85, so 15, like $21,000 difference. Give her $21,000, something like that. And just starting out.
Okay.
Right. So it was a significant amount of money,
right?
Right?
It's a little chunk there for sure.
And actually, to take the GS-12 position, I would have been taking a loss of about, I think I was going to be taking a loss of like $10,000 or so, something like that, just to go to that from my contract position and where I currently was at. So I'm like, okay, which one? God, at that point, I'm like listening to God, like I am totally like my time with Him has grown from like 15 minutes in the morning to hours on end, an hour to 2 hours, every morning, just listening, like all of these things. And then in the meantime, I'm still growing into, like, I had spoken to the safety team lead at the time, like, hey man, we need to start doing these things. She's like, I think you are the guy that need to lead this. And myself, like, okay, we'll see what that looks like, right? And I was doing school and all these other things. At that point, I was getting, I don't remember if I was already leading 12th band. Yeah, at that point, and stuff had shifted over. But as I was laying those out, I was asking God, I'm like, which one do you want me to take? Right, like, I know which one I want to take, like from a monetary standpoint. I'm like, it's a no-brainer, right? But I was like, hey, God, where do you want me to go with this? Or do you want me to stay where I'm at? And as I was listening, he's like, hey, he's just really laying those out. It's like, if you go to this GS-12 position, you're going to have flexibility to do all the things that I'm calling you to do, right? To be able to pour into continue to pour into my family, and still be able to pour into men, do the ministry stuff that I'm growing into, do school, all of this stuff. The GS-13 position would have just taken me away from all of that, right? So I'm like, okay, that's a no-brainer at that point. And it was funny because when you follow God, sometimes there's some opposition there, right? So in that, like, there was some opposition to like how the hiring process was working. But eventually, like I said, they because they wanted me for that position anyway. Like, hey, yes, we want you to come in and take this. So God created a way through them wanting to know it. Like, they found different ways to hire me, right? Which is great, which is a blessing. Now it also, because of that, it limited them to not be able to do like a step promotion thing right away. So I had to start right at the bottom, right? It is what it is. Like I said, okay, God, we're gonna follow you in this. Wife was on board, and then that grew very quickly and super fast, like because of promotions and just the way that God had aligned everything up for like housing all of the allowances and all these things, increases of like cost of living increases, all of that stuff. So very quickly, I was actually back up past what I was making before. Right. So it increased very quickly. There was no loss for anything. And there was stuff that was made up. So between paid time, like bonus paid time off and bonuses for performance, those were like cash bonuses and things like that, very quickly, like kind of made up all that difference. Good. Yeah. Like just trusting him, like, hey, he does that. So then we are now moved up to over the last year, right? We're kind of moving up, and at this point, I know that I'm called, like I said, I really know, like, hey, part of what I've been doing is pastoring men, right? Just for lay pastoring, but nonetheless still leading them, right? And discipling, like full on discipling, which we talked about a little bit, of just pouring into guys, like, and doing the things. There was some prophecy over me, like, hey, but part of my calling is like I'm supposed to be a spiritual like a true spiritual father to men, right? And in that, like, so there was like some point, like on the point, like, oh yes, I know this is definitely like some of the things I already was doing. Some of that was like, hey, like is going to grow into and all that, which is great. And it was just kind of cool to see, like, I knew that was coming, but my plan was like, hey, down the road, I'll finish out this GS time. I can retire, when I'm 57 and a half. I won't have full retirement, but it's close enough that I can take that, and with my other retirement, and do whatever. And then from then on, I'll serve God in whatever capacity He wants. Right. That was my plan. Right. And my wife and I's plan. And God had a different story, because one of the things that I wasn't going to do, because I learned at this point, like, hey, I'm not going to pursue the job. Like, yeah, like I could have. And some of the pastors already knew, like Ryan and I had already had conversations by this point too, of like, hey, what is it that you feel you're called to do? Like, yes, I'm supposed to pastor, but I don't think it's quite yet, right, at the time. Like, hey, there's some things that I was going back and forth with God with about, like, hey, God, I want you to be able to provide this stuff for my wife. Like she wants a different home, which hasn't come to fruition yet, but He's like, hey, you can have both. Like, I was struggling with him. Went to this conference and I was struggling with him back and forth. I'm like, I'm not leaving this altar until we get to this. Like, do you want me to be a lay pastor? I'll do that. You want me to be, like serving, like working for the church? I know what that entails, so I know that I'll do that too. But like, I know that I told my wife this, and like, hey, this is her desire. But I also know, like I said, in that, like, we still have to let things go in order for them to come back to us, right? So He was like, hey, you can have both. I'm like, okay. And I left it at that, right? And here we are now. I knew, like I said, I was supposed to pat, like, that's what I was going to do. Like, that's as a pastor, right? Part of the fivefold, like, and building up and the saints so they can equip them to do their job. So in that, I've already been doing some of that, like sitting on the side, like as far as pouring into men, over the last year. I got a chance to, I know we talked a lot about this guy named Joe. He was a homeless dude, right? That God had brought now just a little over a year ago, brought into our lives, right? Through, like, he showed up, I think, like 2 days after Christmas or right around Christmas time, to Grace Church, and was just incoherent. He had been homeless for a while. Some mental health issues, all that stuff. We got him to get some mental health help. He comes back like a month and a half later, like mid January, I think, last year, and was about this time, right? And then same issues now. And I got a chance to interact with him at that point. And I sat down next to him and just gave him a hug and told him, like, hey, man, I know it feels like, just told me he was loved. And he began to cry. And we put him in, I gave him a number, put him in the ambulance. And then when I see him again, he's at church. And in all of this stuff, I got a chance to go continue to pour into him. But I'll save that for a little bit. But like, all of these things are happening, right, as I'm listening to God, and over the last year, right, and really over the last few years, because I'm pouring into men. They're asking me, like, hey, will you be my Paul? I'm like, that's a huge thing, dude. To like, for them, like, it's one thing, like, hey, I know I'm doing it, but like another, like, oh, wow,
Yeah, make it official.
Yeah, like, this is crazy. But so with Joe over the last year, like, along with pouring into a bunch of other guys, like, cause I've been in a couple of multiple men's groups. I've been helping Pastor Pratt lead prayer for the last 3 years, like basically since we started that group. He's like, oh, by the way, you're a leader. Thanks. But I was like, I've been developing another guy to lead another men's group that I handed off to him. I still go to that, but I really like still discipling him and some of the other guys too, but really letting him take the reins on that of develop. So God's been doing this thing that he's put in my heart to disciple, right? To lead, but to lead the right way, not like, hey, look at me. Look at the things I'm doing. I deliberately was not going to pursue a job at the church to do that, even though I was called to do it. Like at that point, I was leading the safety team. So I was pouring into, I had a lot to do with some of the things that happened with the church, but I wasn't part of the staff officially, right? I was a key volunteer, but like I said, there's delineation there and stuff, but not a bad thing, but just definitely not. But God, and I wasn't going to pursue it. Like I deliberately wasn't going to be like, hey, I'm supposed to pastor. And then I just like, hey, God, it's in your time. And last year, about March time frame, I think it was, that Pastor Dan Lyle, the group's pastor, came to me and it's like, hey, we're looking at creating this position, and we really feel like that. I'd like you to pray about it. And I began to, and I knew like it's time. And I was kind of in all this stuff. I'm still discipling Joe and all the other guys. And like I said, we're pouring into Joe. We get to see God do some amazing miracle things with him, right? Now Joe, where he's at, like, it's kind of cool that I was still working where I was working at, right? Because in all of this stuff, like I said, God still got me going. I'm still listening to him. I'm praying about taking this other job. I know I'm supposed to. I'm like, hey, God, you got to work in my wife's heart, because I'm not going to leave until she's at least okay with this, right? And even days, there's still sometimes we talk about it. She's like, I don't know. That sort of thing, because we always look back. I'm like, yeah. But God's been providing, and we'll talk about that too in a little bit. Like amazing things that God does, right? When you follow him, right? And you do what he asks you to do. So we're pouring into Joe. What's cool is, like, while this is going on, like, Joe is, one day, like I said, we've been helping him out, giving him a little bit of stuff, trying to get him to start working, pouring into him, not forcing stuff down his throat, but he's coming to church regularly, coming to 12th Man regularly, to our small group, pouring into him. Small group is taking care of him here and there, like food, not enabling him, but blessing him when we can. Like we give him, some time to like once in a while we get him a hotel room, that kind of stuff. Help him out with some things to live outside, food, all of that. And then get him in a spot where he can begin to get a job. Then in all this stuff, like I said, he's still sleeping. He decides he found this trailer, like this horse trailer actually, that was parked at this part in the backside of some of the business stuff. Is about like probably like quarter mile from the church. And he's in there. He's been crashing out because he's a smart dude as far as like, hey, I'm not going to allow my stuff. He allowed his stuff to get stolen before because where he was at. So he's very savvy that way. He's been in the military for a little bit. But in all of that stuff, which is so cool to see what God does, right? So actually before that, he had been helping this guy out, had all of his bags and all this stuff. So he's smart enough to separate, not have all of the things all together, right? But he has his backpack with the clothes that he really cares about. There's some things to take care of, his medicine, and that kind of stuff, right? And then he had his wallet on him and his phone. So he's helping this guy out with his phone, and the guy leaves with his bag. And Joe thinks he got stolen. Or at that point, he comes to church. He tells me about it. As I'm going, like, hey, we're cool. Not the end of the world. Like, do you have the prescription? Hey, we can go get it. If need be, I'll go pay for it. We're going to go get you a new bag, new stuff. We'll get you set up. We're walking into Walmart after church. And like, first thing I was like, hey, man, you should stay here, listen to the word. As we're walking into Walmart, his bag is sitting in the cart right there. Nothing's missing out of it.
Just randomly sitting.
Just really, yeah, the guy, the greeter is like, yeah, man, someone brought this up. So they found this out in the parking lot and set it there. And it's everything. That was the first thing that like God began to pour into him, It was really cool to like, hey, man, like this is what God does, And he had some, but it really began, his faith is growing now at this point. Then comes this thing, he's sitting in this trailer, which is now moving when he wakes up, right? He'd been sleeping in it for weeks, nothing. and then they pick it up and they move it. He calls me after he ends up, it parks, right? And they leave. He waits a little bit, gets out, and he peeks his around and sneaks around, and he sees like the ammunition dump or ammunition depot or whatever. He's like, oh, I know I'm on some type of military installation. He calls me. He's like, hey, I'm not sure exactly where I'm at, but I think I might be on Fort Bragg. I'm like, okay, cool. You just send me a pin. And then as I'm hanging up the phone and telling him to send me a pin, the Holy Spirit's like, he's sitting on your compound. So I work on one of the JSOC compounds that's closer to, like, not close to Fort Bragg itself proper. So one of the other ones, or at the time I was working on there. And sure enough, like he's no kidding. He was on my compound, on the compound. And Joe knows nobody else that has access to this compound to get him off the compound. So, and this is an all God thing too, right? So I'm like, hey, Joe, go hide back out in the thing. I'll come in. I'll call you when I'm there. I'll pick you up and get my Jeep and sneak him off the compound so he doesn't get in trouble, right? And then, of course, I'll go back the next day and get the rest of his stuff out of there. It was all in there. And he was like, that was another like God moment for him. And it's just so cool to be able to keep pouring into him and see. He came up like last July time for, I think it was June when they, I know I sent you the picture of like me baptizing him. Mm-hmm. That was him wanting to be baptized, you know. And he asked me to do that, you know, for him. And I was like, dude, that was the first, actually, that's still the last time that he really got a chance to talk to his mom, because they haven't had a very good relationship, but she was there that night.
Come on up. What is up, man? Tell us your name, dude.
I am Joe.
Joe, tell us why you're getting baptized today.
For a long time, I've been struggling with a lot of mental health and just overcoming them and having thoughts of suicide and all that. But through my faith in God, I've persevered and found strength to work hard through my days and try to find happiness and joy wherever I can find it.
And Jason Hazleton is baptizing you tonight, is that right? That's so good. Real quick, Joe is awesome. He actually hangs out around this building quite a bit, and it's really cool. Sometimes we'll have meetings around the building and sit in the outdoor cafe, and Joe would just come around the corner and hang out. And when I look at this man, I just see someone who wants to be near God. He wants to be in his house with God's people. Like the Ethiopian, he's hungry for God. So Joe, we're so thankful for you, brother. Thank you for sharing that. Go ahead and make your way to the steps. Sorry, no, you got to get in with the mic. Here you go, Joe. Yeah. So good. Yeah.
Joe, have you accepted Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
Yes, I have.
All right. There we go. I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Come on.
Thank you, Jesus. I just thank you for my brother, Joe. Lord, I thank you for what you're doing in him, what you've begun. Lord, the restoration that's begun in his heart. Lord, I pray that you would continue to walk it out. You would move. He would be a person that glorifies you with everything that he does. Lord, that he is even right now becoming more and more a disciple, but he would also be one that makes disciples. Lord, that his testimony will be able to reach so many because of what you've done in his life. And we thank you for that in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
So it's cool to see God begin to pour and plant seeds, not only into him, but also into her and other things. And that's what discipleship's all about. That was just one example, right? Of And that's just, but there's different levels of that, right? For where people are at. I mean, the other night I got a chance to talk to a guy that was in church, right? I'm doing that same thing. He's like, hey man, I've been struggling with this thing and that. And I'm like, dude, let's go talk, just begin to talk him through things. Like, hey, let's talk through this, right? What did God show you here? Where's some, and just like some letting him, like I think it's better when someone can come to their own realization, right? Through God, instead of me tell you what do you need to do. Excuse me. But in that of like, hey, let them grow and learn on their own, or with help. Like that's one of the things that God's been teaching me is like, hey, the same way that I got you to realize things, like I showed it to you, but you came to the realization through listening to me. Like do the same thing for others, not just like, hey man, you need to do X, Y, and Z. There are times, right? But as a good spiritual father, it's the same way. You can see like he's the next steps, but we need to let them get to those steps, right? So that's something I'm still learning, right? And practicing, or beginning to practice more and more. But in that, it was for this guy that I was talking with the other day. Like the other part of that was that God really put on my heart. Like tell him, like, hey, you're a good son. Just because we mess things up, man. Look at that for the last 20 years that we just talked about, or 20 plus years that I was just talking about with my life. How many times did I mess stuff up? Over and over and over again. But God's like, get up, let's keep moving. Right? I'll give you the next step. It's okay. Let me brush off your knee. Hey, let me put a Band-Aid on that. All right, did you learn from that? Cool. We may have to go a little bit different way to fix this, but let's go, And I think that's where it really comes into play when we begin to disciple others too. Like using this to like, hey, this is my story. This is my life, but learn from my mistakes. Listen. And even if you don't, I'm still going to pour into you and say, hey, let's get back up. The next step is this. It's not, hey, you missed the mark. You're done. Give me the next guy, right? The military sometimes does that, right? Because we don't have time. They don't have time for you. Like, well, guess what? We talked about it before. God loves you right where you're at. And that's so real, man. Of that same thing of where you're at. And learning to let God, who is love you just the way you are, right? When you mess up, get up. Hey, God, I'm sorry. Like, I messed that up, but I'm chasing after you. I'm not missing the mark, right? Someone that's running a race, like athletes, they work to get to where they're going. They don't win the prize right away the first time, So the wrestler doesn't always win right away, He may get beat. He has to work his way up again. So
it's a lot in there. I'm trying to gather my thoughts a little bit, but I'm glad you dug into. I'm glad you dug into Joe, because I was gonna ask you to kind of pull that thread a little bit.
But it's kind of cool now to see where he's at, right? So he has a place. God did some other connections through 12th Man that he has a place to stay where he's renting. He has a job, and we were able to listen to the Holy Spirit, and say, okay, we got to put some parameters on this, but we pulled some money together to get him a vehicle, which was the tipping point of really him. Okay, I have some freedom I'm not tied to something or tied to other people to go to this job all the time and all of that. And in doing so, he showed up. He's coming to church on his own.
I saw him 2 days ago.
Yeah, he did. Yep. I mean, and he just like, hey, what's up? I was able to pour into him there. Like he had some things we talked through. I was able to hey man, let's keep working. I'm still encouraging him like, hey, we need to keep in the word. You need to keep I know you pray, but you need to get truth in you. Yeah. And to deal with some of the things. All right. And so you can then pour to others too. Excuse me. But in all of that was that same thing of just like, hey, we have to be consistent. We have to be let me pick you back up, right? I would argue that if you're somebody that's looking to be discipled, you need to put in the work, right? You can't be just like, okay, I'm waiting here till God changes me through someone telling me what to do. And no, it's no different. Like I can tell you how to work out all day long, but unless you get up off the couch and go to the gym and work out and put in the work yourself, you got to lift the weights. It's your muscle that has to grow, not mine.
Yeah.
I'll help you, but it's your muscle that has to grow. And that's been kind of like that same thing of learning how to do that. It's different for each person, right? But we first have to seek after him, right? We have to make that decision to chase after, to deliberately chase after him, to deliberately build that network of people around me, the community block that we've talked about throughout this whole time, of like, and making sure it's the right people, right? Getting plugged into groups. I know now I'm throwing a plug for groups, but it's important, whether it be like something that, like, hey, something, even if it's just like a one-on-one thing, or someone that you can do life with. But it's super important because, like I said, going from the job that I was at, right, to where God's like, hey, it's time to move on. And we got to a point where like, okay, yep, we're not going to do this till December. And oh, by the way, my wife gets saying this too, right? Because like, hey, we have to have at least this much, like no less, and God, their offer, right, which significantly less than what I was making, but that doesn't matter, right? Because we're going to trust him with the rest of it, right? He's got it all. And it was actually $1,000 more than what we said the minimum was going to be, right?
Oh, nice.
Was the offer from church, and like I said, that'll grow like with time and all that. But and then even when we officially accepted at least the verbal offer, like the next day, the amount of money that we walked away from to this, like within a few days, like that amount of money will eventually be coming back to us because of like 4 houses that my wife's a real estate agent, doesn't advertise herself or anything, but she's actually really good at what she does. She cares for those people that she pours into to help sell their homes, right, or buy a home, depending on what it is. I've seen her in tears over things so many times because she cares that much, right?
It's rare.
Yeah. But God opened up the door for like 4 houses to be sold or purchased through like her being a part of that, to where like that's going to more than bring back what we walked away from for this year. And then we'll see what has those years to come. Like I know that I'm like, there's, you trust him, right? And he's going to provide. We trust him on the next step. We talked earlier today, not on the podcast, but you and I did, of trusting God in the next step that Gideon did, of like, hey, I don't even know what it's going to be, but God said to do this, so we're going to do it. God's going to say that. And then in doing so, he honors, as we obey him and we grow in faith, he honors that and he takes care of us. And he, like all those things, as I seek after first the kingdom and his righteousness, he provides all the rest, all that we need. So, yeah.
So kind of wrapping up, but
Yeah.
What is kind of the next step for you? Speaking of next steps.
Yeah. For now,
Mhm.
yeah. So now I'm currently like we talked about, like I said, the assistant groups director. Whatever that's going to be as far as eventually down the road, somewhere in that, like I said, will be ordination, and whenever, wherever, that's in God's hands. Like I said, I'm not in a rush to do that. Even if it never happens, like I'm still doing what he's calling me to do at this point. So it's really continuing to trust him. I think whatever earlier now, that's building out the groups program, right, which I think is super important. As now I'm going to throw a plug for Grace Church and our podcast and all of the other stuff, to go to Grace Church and just watch like these series, the series of sermons that's coming out, right, of what our vision is, where it's going to go, right, and what the mission is. And I think the mission is, like we've already talked about it earlier, and it's just, and the vision is like growing, like, hey, what is the church, right? And the church isn't the building we talked about earlier, so it's that relationship part amongst us. So that starts in small group, right, just like it did in Acts, right, and in community from home to home. And in that, and then building those relationships, those blocks. So that's part of what my job is going to be for the next, however long God's got me doing that, till where the next thing goes. So yeah,
And that's a good place to be. It's like groups. So yeah, being completely candid, before we came out here and got involved at Grace, I'd never done a small group or anything.
Yeah.
I've done a couple now, but this last one that I was in, it was in with with Dan, who helped stand this thing up.
Yeah.
And a couple other folks who and man, just such a it's a special thing, man. And it's such a tight group. Folks who, I talked to a couple of them here and there. I guess we'd all kind of talk to each other a little bit here and there, but we it's just to see, to let God do his thing, watch who he brings you together with.
Yeah.
And man, it's just, it's hard to articulate, but it's such an important and a powerful thing.
Yeah.
And on the surface, I get it. 100%, I get it. That's why I pointed out that I'd never jumped into a group till we got here, because it's it can be one of those things that seems just like, it's a little weird. Like, what are we doing? What do we, what even is a group? What is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, if you just let yourself get led to the right group, to the right people, it is a game changer.
Yeah.
As far as just
100%.
just locking in.
Yeah.
Throughout you, instead of just going from Sunday to Sunday or Thursday to Thursday or whatever it is, it's a much more constant presence, and it's talking with people about stuff, of being open about your faith, getting real with folks on a regular basis. And just by default, you keep God out front and up above everything else, which is where he should be.
Yeah. What's really cool is, like I said, I got the chance to on Thursday. So Thursday morning, I talked to somebody about she was looking for like a sermon-based type group. And then Thursday evening, someone else, another woman that was interested in that same thing. I was like, hey, why don't you come with me? And I was able to put the two of them together. And it's not a group yet, but that's the beginnings of what God, me listening to what God was saying through the two of them. Like, hey, I'm looking. And I was able to facilitate. That's part of what my job's going to be, is just putting people together in relationship, right? Into group, into community. Like, I was able to do that with the two of them. And I'm looking forward to see what that's going to become. They've already begun to communicate with each other, and they were interested in the same, like, hey, this is what I was looking for, so am I, boom, here we go. Great. Sermon-based type, like, hey, let's go get into this deeper. And hey, what did you get out of this? So growing, like you talked about, like, hey, what did God say to you, and how is it going to go apply to what we're at, and keeping him in front. So those are what's awesome for me, is to get to see those things, like stuff like that every day now, of like, hey, even more so at the forefront of, like, God's just doing things as you listen, and you say, whether it be, great, I'm working for the church, the ministerial position, or whatever you want to call it. But it's no different than if you were sitting in the workplace doing the same thing, right? I was doing that in the workplace before, right? And I know, there's guys that are there now that are attending Grace Church that aren't necessarily because of me, but like I said, I was part of that process of what God was doing to bring them into a community, right? So I think it's really where it's at, man. Like I said, when we listen and follow and get plugged in, he's the one that gets the glory out of all of it, and we get blessed in the process. Yeah.
So it's a good point that you made. It's one of the things that I personally really like about just being involved in a group is it opens your aperture. Like, you're changing one little thing. You're going to, it's an hour and a half, maybe, whatever, a week. But it really opens your aperture to see how God is constantly moving. Because, if we were in a group, God might tell you something throughout the week. It's not even for you, it's for me.
Right.
And vice versa. And it just
100%.
really opens your aperture to see how he's always there. He's always moving.
Yep.
And that, going back to the community piece, that's where that really shines bright.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
So what would you say to someone who's maybe never even considered being in a group or anything, or maybe they have considered it, but they don't know what they're looking for, what kind of fits? It's a broad question, but
yeah, I'd say, like, for someone that's looking for just look for community. Like, you need to find somewhere where God is first, right, in all of that, and where that people are able to be yourself, right? And that really just, like I said, listen to what God has for you. Like, don't be like, jump in. Oh, I can shop around for different things right here. Oh, I don't like that, so I'm going to go here. Maybe sometimes, like, that's what you need, right? So asking God, like, hey, as I'm looking for a group, right, whether that be, or community, just community period, right? Because God uses men on men, like the iron sharpening iron sometimes, right? So you have to be able to listen, like, hey, God, where do you want me to go? And number 2, just get plugged in, right? Find that and get plugged in and stick with it. Don't be like, oh, man, I'm tired. I really don't want to go tonight. Like, make that commitment and go. Like, I get it. Like, sometimes you're not feeling well. That's different. But just say, I'm tired. Like, there's so many times, like, I would love to have, like, hey, yeah, man, like, we're not going to do group tonight, but group isn't about me, right? And, I'm there to facilitate as a leader, but really I'm just opening the door to my home or to wherever we're at, right? So that, and making sure that, hey, people are being heard and understood and listened to, and like giving room for God to speak to them. But like, you have to get in the group. You have to participate of some sort. Like, you got to find that the community matters, right? That's the biggest thing. Whether it be like, hey, it's 2 people starting their own group together, or just say one-on-one, like, hey, what does this mean? Or like, hey, you jump into a group that's all full blown going after, like big. So
that's a good point. Yeah. It maybe it is just 2 people. Maybe that's where you're at right now. But that's still it's still the thing, it's and then, God will grow you into something more when the time is right. You know, it's not and I'm not trying to speak, on behalf of you, but it's not a one size fits all thing.
100% agree. Yeah, it's not. Like, if that was the case, then like, why? If it was one size fits all, like, if you look at back we're talking about Gideon partly because of the fact that we're going through Gideon right now, right? Mm-hmm. And his story in Judges. But if you look at Gideon, when God told him to tear down the altar that was for Baal and build a new altar, and then what he was told him to sacrifice, he didn't tell him to sacrifice the first. There was already law for that too, right? There was law like, hey, you shouldn't be sacrificing anything except for at Shiloh, where the temple of God was at, right? Or let alone the fact that he wasn't a Levite, right? He shouldn't have been sacrificing that, but God told him to do it, right? So God does different things at different times, right? And he's like, you need to listen to him. He does different things, new things, but he's still all in charge. He's still God, right? And he still used all of that to bring glory to himself, not to bring glory to Gideon, although Gideon had some clout in there because of the fact that God put that on him. But it was all the fact that, like, hey, I'm doing a new thing, I'm doing a different thing, and it's not always one size fits all. But when I listen to God, he uses what we give him, right? And what obedience we listen to with him. So
it might be a different thing, but it is the right thing.
Yeah.
As long as it's, him calling the shots.
Yep, exactly. Now there's some measuring some truth in that, right? That's what the Bible's here for, right? But 100%, he needs to be number 1 in charge. Yeah, so it's good.
So we'll kind of wrap it up. But are we missing anything? Did we not touch on anything that you want to?
No, I think for now, it was good. Like, we kind of got a chance to hit it all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
except for thank you for having me out, man. It was.
Thanks for coming out, man. And on that end, you kind of know what's coming, but you don't know that it's coming this time. Quick admin thing.
Yeah.
And then a final question.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Yeah.
So we got you a better one this time, man.
Nice. Yeah.
Again, just thank you for taking the time to come out again. And you've been here for quite a while now, and this is your day off, and we're all busy tomorrow. So I really appreciate it, man. And
thanks, brother.
Thank you for, like I said, setting that example, and just really, truly, in my opinion, just a solid example of what right looks like, man.
Yeah. That's just, I'm going to use Paul's words, just follow me as I follow Christ, right? Because it's just Christ. I'm just following the OG example, if you will, right?
That's the only one, right?
Yeah. Only one that matters.
So just kind of last question, just to kind of wrap up, just curious as we've gone through your story, like I said, a couple times now. What do you hope that someone gets out of this?
If I were to say, let's wrap that up into one thing, is that surrender to him right where you're at. Because no matter what, like all this stuff's going to go away no matter what, right? And that if you listen to him, he's going to take care of you. He's going to grow you. He's going to provide for what needs to be. And then he's going to get glorified in all of it. And you get blessed in the process. So surrender.
Thanks again, Jason. I really appreciate you coming out, man.
Well, thank you for having me.
Well, maybe we'll get you in on some of the other stuff that we talked about.
Yeah, be good.
Digging into a little bit more of the scriptural stuff proper.
Yep. Sounds good. All right. Take care, brother. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.